Minutes we need to approve for those sent out, Jerry?
I'm not in charge of that, Greg.
Okay. We'll hold that off for later. I know I saw the draft and an email, we'll wait to approve them. So we can just jump right in and go a little bit ahead of schedule right off the bat, and we'll move to our virtual state house update. Alan, welcome back.
Thank you, Chairman Peterson and members of the committee. Today I'll report on the Kansas Virtual State House project. Sorry, I didn't get the mic on. I'm going to report on the Kansas Virtual State House project. Today, this is an update from the last report provided to this committee on November 12th. So under project execution, the project procurement negotiation committee recommended Worldwide Technology as the vendor to implement the project. And Worldwide Technologies will implement that using Cisco WebEx system. The main decision points on that are listed in the report. And that is that they could meet the deadline of getting the committee rooms installed by session. That's the Cisco WebEx systems and integrated solution of hardware, software, and service. We've had good service provided by WWT in the past. Also, WWT has a working relationship with Mission Electronics, which does our audio systems for the room. They'll help us complete the audio integration. Accessibility is very important to this project, and the automated voice to text of the WebEx system is accessibility compliant. Cisco has an on-site mesh server option that will help reduce traffic to the internet. We'll be implementing that. They provided a good training option, and also that the WebEx system has been around, is fairly mature, and Cisco is continuing to improve upon that. They announced new features for legislatures. So during the LCC meeting on November 19th, Tom Day presented two requests to the LCC. One is to expand the project into 10 conference rooms throughout the building and the visitor center, auditorium, and training room. That request was approved. And also to, of course, grant authority by the chair to approve the contract with WWT, and that was also approved. Speaker Reichman signed the WWT contract on November 19th, same day as the LCC meeting. And the total contract with WWT is $2,724,076.77. So that is, if you recall, we had an initial cost estimate of a little over $5 million for the project. So right now, our total cost on the project is looking to be about a little bit under $3.6 million. So WWT placed orders for the equipment on November 20th. And most of the equipment for the WWT contract has been received as on-site. And the only items received to this point are the additional cameras for the committee rooms. Some of the cameras have came in with room kits, but they're in each room we're putting up 3 cameras, so we're waiting on some of those cameras yet. We expect those to be coming either this week or next week. WWT's on item number 5 started installing video displays on November 24th, and most of the displays have been installed in committee rooms, and they work weekends to complete this work. You can see in this room we've got the 3 large monitors up on the wall now. The cameras will be next to the monitor. You see the blue tape over here, that's where that camera will be. And then over here, I believe it's under the exit sign, is where the other camera will be on this side. And then we'll have a camera up there on that shelf above the clock, which will be the podium camera. Item number 6, the OIS staff has been installing the additional wiring that was started on December 9th. And we expect that work to be completed this week. That's additional wiring into the rooms for all the equipment, plus the data jacks in the closets that are needed. We've had to install an additional equipment cabinet up on for the 5th floor rooms. That's actually up in the attic above the 5th floor. That was kind of a challenge to get that one in, but that's been completed. We also identified that we needed an extra cabinet down in the sub basement on the north end. So we're working to get that cabinet ordered and installed down there. This is a room, if you remember, some of you remember, they got flooded. The revisor's office got flooded. And it has, the ceiling's very low and there has short cabinets in it, and there just isn't enough space in those cabinets. So we have to install an additional rack in that room. Item number 8, additional WWT and Coltrane staff. Coltrane is a subcontractor of WWT. They were on site the week of December 7th to prepare for installation of the equipment in the wiring closets. These are the video codecs and network switches required to connect the devices up. And the camera shelves are being installed this week by facilities and property management staff. You see that they haven't got to these rooms yet. One of the issues we've had is our high priority rooms also are the rooms that are used most right now. So they have to work around the schedule of these meetings like this to get in the rooms to actually complete the work. So that's been a little bit of a challenge, but at this point, I don't think it's a showstopper yet. And we've also started staff training this week, and training will be ongoing, and then we'll also have support during session. On page 2 now, we have some project risks that has been realized as now an issue, and that's the receiving of the audio equipment for the audio upgrades in the committee rooms. That equipment has not been received yet. There were delays in getting that delivered, but it's expected to receive that by next week, and they can start installing those audio updates for the committee rooms, and then making sure that the video systems are integrated so that we have direct electronic connections of the audio from the room audio systems into the video conference. And we're not having to do mics pointed at speakers and so forth like we're doing now to help improve the audio quite a bit. State House infrastructure updates. OITS has been working to upgrade the network switches throughout the State House. Those switches were fairly old and needed to be updated. It will also increase the bandwidth between the switches from 1 gig up to 10 gig. That work is 97% complete and it's gone fairly well. And I think they were expected to be completed by yesterday, wasn't it?
Right, they finished last night.
So that, as of now, that project is complete. I think we're doing some final testing to make sure everything's working okay, but all the switches throughout the State House have been updated, which helps us with the virtual State House project, but really it's something that was on the schedule and needed to be done because those switches were so old, and we just need to increase the bandwidth throughout the building. Another item we're working on is the legislative firewall. This is a firewall that protects our data center. That's another piece of equipment that was in need of updating, but our upgrade to that will also increase the bandwidth through our data center from 1 gig to 10 gigs. And that is scheduled to start this week. I believe that's already underway. And then, as I mentioned, the audio system updates. This is Mission Electronics working with WWT to get those completed. and integrated with the video conference systems. That work is starting next week. So our critical items to be completed: get the committee rooms and chambers ready for session, complete the infrastructure updates, and test the video conference systems to make sure they're operational for the 2021 legislative session. That is the end of my report, and I can stand for questions.
Committee questions? Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, CETO Weiss. Really appreciate it. This really looks phenomenal. I'm impressed that you guys have gotten so much progress done. And for those at home who are listening, you know, the room now has lots of video monitors, and there are cameras in here as they roll this out, and you can tell the progress being made. One thing I was going to ask though is in the committee meetings, are we going to have a tech resource early on with each committee meeting? Because I mean, obviously getting an online web meeting going, no matter the platform, can be a challenge for our folks to administer, to monitor, and that type of thing. What's your anticipation? You know, you've got the hardware. What about the process on that side? And I have one other question besides that.
So first thing we're doing is making sure that all of our IT staff is trained, and we're also training other staff, legislative staff in the building to operate the system. The training with our staff will also be administrative type training. And in addition to that, we'll be hiring temporary staff to help set up meetings, get meetings started, and work with the committee assistants to make sure that everything is working properly in the committee meetings as we go through session. And as part of the project, we requested 2 additional FTEs. That's part of the budget request, but that potentially won't be approved until the budget is completed this year. So we are putting on temporary staff to help make sure that the meetings run smoothly.
That's great. I encourage you to really focus on that in the first couple of months, maybe even have a structured organizational approach to it. As you know, when we have online people coming in to give their testimony, there's obviously going to be problems with people having to have somebody to call to help them with this type of thing, and to keep things moving along. It's going to be super important, I can tell.
Yeah, one of the additional things I sort of alluded to, but WWT will have people on site the second week of session when the committee meetings really start to help us with the support. So if there are any technical issues, we'll have those resources available also.
And just my last point would be, you know, I'd encourage you to have WWT available, because we're going to have learnings as we go through this process over the next 3 to 4 months. It's going to be important to adjust this to make it the best experience we can over the next, you know, because I think this is a great project with a lot of potential. So I encourage you to make sure you're thinking about how do we get feedback, and then work towards making it even better.
We are definitely doing that. You know, once we get what we consider the project complete, that's just getting the equipment in the rooms and making sure everything's operational. We've got a lot of work to do as far as policies and procedures and how we actually use this during session. You know, some of that has to be decided by leadership as we go forward. But I know as Senator Braun was down in our office, we were talking about that a little bit. You know, so there's a lot of things we need to take in consideration, especially in committees, and how those committees operate, and make sure that as best we can, I think, in my opinion, the best we can, make sure the committee process runs similar to the way it has run in the past.
Committee, further questions? Representing Senator Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I look at this, and I've thought about this after the last meeting, I have very deep concerns about us continuing to be able to have the oversight that was the oversight of past legislative sessions going forward. In many cases, we've seen, and I respect the concern for COVID. It is real. It has real ramifications. But it actually elevates our requirement as a committee to give even greater oversight. Because as we're moving forward into the digital space, we are broadcasting this to we don't know where. I understand you're going to follow your security protocols. What I'm going to propose at the end of the session is at the end of this committee meeting is that we recommend that there be very specific rules in the House and Senate joint rules that address what conferees can be remote, what conferees need to be live, the possibility of that you had stated, Senator Peterson, that you can address later, but we have people coming to these committee meetings now, remote, without a clear purpose on why they're remote. We have departments that are making policies and saying, it's our policy not to appear anymore. I can respect that that's their policy. The challenge is when they come back to us for budget and they're disconnected and we don't understand and we haven't asked them the questions, I think they're doing themselves a disservice. So whatever rules we're going to have going forward, and I think we never want to confuse convenience with necessity. We're finding that people will be checking in now and saying, well, I can just sit in my home in my robe. I won't turn my camera on. I can be the administrator of an agency or an under administrator and really not engage and show the respect for the legislative process and the oversight process that we need to show. So we really need on both sides of the aisle to come up with a set of rules that whether you're in the House or Senate, when you're testifying, whether you're an administrative agency, that there's a clear set of rules that we follow going forward, or I feel we may degrade the value of this body and the oversight value of this body. So if you have any comments on that, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think one of the main charges of this committee is to study the use of technology for the legislature. So I think this is a good subject area for this committee to look at. I know there's limited time as we go into the legislative session, but it's a potential where this committee could look at policies and procedures and give recommendations maybe to leadership on how to help conduct committee meetings. So that's just one of the thoughts I had.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was, you in part answered my question. My question was going to be who is setting up those rules and procedures on how we're going to operate once we come back in session. And it's less than a month, so whoever's doing it better get busy. So I appreciate that. I'm not sure, is this committee prepared then to dive into that and recommend some rules and procedures as we reconvene in 2021? But that was my question. What was the process? Who is setting up those rules and procedures? Who's kind of reviewing that? And that was my question. It's in part answered, so I'm not sure who that is at this point.
Committee may need to have an early meeting during session. Further questions? No, Alan.
I just have a comment on that. Our Information Services Office stands ready to help leadership in any way we can to help with drafting policies and procedures. So we're fully committed to doing that, and also working with Tom Day in Legislative Administrative Services. I know he's also looking at a lot of different ways to operate the session in addition to just what is going to happen in the committee rooms with the video. So I think there's still a lot yet to be decided and still a lot yet to learn through all this process. But, in some of the areas we just got new leadership. So there's some more review and discussions and decisions to come, I believe.
Senator Francisco, and thank you for being willing to serve at the last minute to fill in.
And thank you. I'm glad to be back in the committee. I was just going to add that the Joint Committee on State Building Construction on Monday was held. It was mixed because 3 of us were in the committee room and the rest of the people were on Zoom. And so one thing that we learned fairly early was that if you couldn't share your screen as a presenter, then no one who was on Zoom could see the materials. So I think there are a lot of those, just how is this going to work? How can we help people? A few of the presenters were prepared and we got to share that information, but to just hear testimony and not be able to visually see it, I think does what Senator Braun was talking about, encourages people to disengage. It's very hard to just have that hearing, not also the visuals. So I'd be very pleased if this committee would work on some of those. And it doesn't always have to be rules. It could be best practices.
Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought this subject up to the ITech, Information Technology Executive Council, a quarter ago, that we really should get some standards in place. And Secretary Burns-Walsh, who's the administrative CTO, has come together with some best practices around that. This is not just a legislative thing. We're going to have virtual county commission meetings. We're going to have city council meetings that are held virtually. We, as an ITech, looking at standards across the state, it's well worth. And what we've tasked the Information Technology Advisory Board is to look across other states to see what kind of standards are for this type of technology use. I think it's a wonderful thing to be able to bring more people into the State House for greater transparency. And the more we can encourage it and, obviously set our standards for what's working, but not be afraid that we're projecting something out to the world that they actually deserve to see as an open meeting. But rather, we need to make sure everything is working effectively, obviously, and securely. So looking for the advisory board, which is a cross-functional, cross-branch organization to look for those standards, because it's going to be more than just this session. It's going to be how do we want to approach this, and what would be the best practices, I think. So there are some folks looking at this, just so this committee knows.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I believe that we should try to work on some best practices. One thing that I believe that there could be some expectations that we have as legislators and as committee people that maybe aren't necessarily best practices. But I think we maybe, to Senator Braun's point, we maybe are going to want to say we expect certain people to be here if at all possible. Not a policy decision that no, we're not going to appear, we're just going to appear. I think there's some different things we have to look at on that. I mean, yeah, if someone from my area that's 5 hours away, if they want to, come in on Zoom, that is very nice for them. That's great. They don't have to drive 5 hours and maybe get to speak 5 minutes and they're gone. But I think that we've got to create some expectations that we expect certain people to be here. And so, yeah, I think we need to look at it. Whether we do it today, later, partly, and then come back and look at it later, early in the session, Mr. Chairman, it's a good idea.
Further questions? Senator Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason that I'm wanting to make sure that this happens and the House and Senate put it in their rules, their shared rules going forward, is because you don't want the House doing it one way and the Senate doing the other. And we also are in a situation where we see every day the different things that are being hacked. We have secure meetings. Zoom is not secure. And you'll have a real challenge convincing me that Zoom is a way to do that in a secure manner. So when we have a closed session, if something is worthy of being a closed session, the conferees should not be by Zoom. If you can no longer function in your role, and I don't have any disrespect for anyone who's compromised or has immunocompromised family members or those kind of things, we understand in those situations you may need to recuse yourself from your duties for a period of time. But having a Zoom meeting and then doing it in a closed, it's a bit of a conflict. So we do need a policy before the session starts. Even though I'm transitioning, I'm concerned about the state and the security and doing the right thing. But there has to be a policy between the House and the Senate on how we handle conferees and how we handle closed meetings with digital, because it's just too great of a risk to the state. We see in many departments in the state where they've been hacked, where people are applying for their unemployment benefits and these kind of things. And if that isn't a wake-up call to say, if things, if something needs to be secure, and I'll just not using this anything specific, but if the Kansas Department of Labor wants to do a secure meeting, then we want to make sure that they're doing a secure meeting, that we as legislators aren't violating protocols and putting the state at risk by even having a meeting on this subject. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hubert, did you have any questions? I can't see your screen, so I just see your name. Apparently not. Representative Collins, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add on a little bit to what Senator Braun said about Zoom. And well, for one thing, like you said, it's not secure. And it just, meetings and things I've experienced with Zoom, it just seems, in my opinion, it's not a real good platform for this type of scenario. So it would really be good, in my opinion, to find something that's more secure and something that's more adaptable to our process of meetings and what have you. And that was just my comment. Thank you.
Alan?
Yes, may I make one final comment, Chair? I just want to say that as far as the project, I think the project is going very well. I said we do have some issues, but you know, our staff is working very hard with all the vendors to make sure everything happens. The vendors, WWT, Coltrane, Cisco, and Mission Electronics have been great to work with. They're very helpful. The people are in the executive branch, the OITS staff, and the facilities and property management, and even the Historical Society, which helped us review the rooms. Everybody's come together and worked on this project very well. I'm very pleased at how this project has moved forward. And also I wanted to say that Terry Clark is here today. She's our project manager. She's done most of the legwork on this project, and I think she's doing a good job. So that is my final comments.
I'm going to add one final question since you brought up the Historical Society. Can we sort out the Supreme Court room for monitors?
The plan there is to temporarily put in monitors on normal monitor stands, but then eventually, so we don't mess up the walls and the woodwork in there, is to have facilities build cabinets that will replace the existing short shelves in those rooms that will go up higher, and the monitors will sit in those cabinets and should be anchored to the walls, but then we'll be able to move the monitors out a bit to point to the rooms and the members. That's our current plan.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today.
Thank you.
Oh, come on. Next up, we look like we're going to have the tax season IT preparedness from the Department of Revenue's IT project. I believe that will be a Zoom meeting with Andy Sandberg.
Hello, this is Andy Sandberg, the Chief Information Officer for the Kansas Department of Revenue. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the joint committee regarding the Kansas Department of Revenue's IT readiness for the upcoming tax season. The joint committee's inquiry was prompted by the 3-year plan updates, specifically the data center as a server or data center and server migration project listed as off track, and the 3-year plan for that project is as off track as a result of that project being paused while OITS and the vendors in that space retooled the offering based on performance concerns that were brought forward by the agency. Once those issues were addressed by adding a data center in Overland Park, the server migrations have continued with a positive impact on agency system performance. The revised schedule has been achieved. The project is on track to be completed on the revised schedule at this time. And it is set to be complete and all systems migrated prior to the upcoming peak tax season processing. We expect all systems to function at or above previous year baselines. We have very recently, completed an extensive Internal Revenue Service tri-annual audit that leaves no indication of systemic control or procedural issues that would indicate IT unreadiness for the upcoming tax season. And as 2020 is unprecedented in many ways, the largest risk to the IT processing for the upcoming tax season is the pandemic in itself. A large part of the staff is currently working via telework and remote, which is working quite well with no effect to processing capacity of the systems. But if the employees of particular areas in specific paper handling management, channel management areas were to be exposed to the virus, that could delay processing of tax returns just while the building and area concerns are addressed. The people that play those key roles do have contingency plans in place to ensure that this continues to function, even if the employees within that critical unit should contract the virus or the building should be closed. So we're working to mitigate that risk, but that's the forefront risk at this time. I would add that all tax systems have been operating well throughout the 2020 processing so far. We have processed approximately 1.7 million individual tax returns thus far this year in a timely manner without a single day of non-production. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
So we're currently using the Overland Park data center.
So we are, yes, the Overland Park data center is in use. The vast majority of our infrastructure, tax and otherwise, has been migrated. We start from a test dev and we take an easy first approach. So yes, we are currently using the Overland Park data center, and we are seeing considerable performance increase as we migrate in that direction.
Excellent. That was my next question. Any further questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's great that you've already got it migrated. Sounds like you got it tested. So hopefully things are going to go okay. My question on those that are working remotely, and if they continue to work remotely during the tax season, what have you put in place to make sure that data that is going back and forth between your computers and home computers where they're working is secure, that we're not going to have any problems with that data being hacked somewhere between their computer and the servers?
So there is the agency manages its own VPN structure within the state's larger offering of networks. And so we have multiple layers of both connectivity and protections in place. So I would refer back to that triannual IRS audit. That is one of the areas that they review extensively, and they have a very detailed audit criteria and expectations. And so, given that we've gone through that, given that we use the most advanced technology that we can use to provide this VPN connectivity, and we manage it at the level that satisfies all of our compliance and audit requirements, that's what gives us the comfort to know that this remote processing capability that we've extended further than we ever have is secure, it's compliant, and it's going to meet our needs in a safe, effective way.
Okay, that's my concern, that as we're going to have multiple, if you're going to have multiple employees working from home, and the data is going to be going back and forth. I just want to make sure that we have, have it good and secure. If you're using the VPN, it's probably going to be okay. But it's always a risk. So I appreciate your answer.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Any further comments? Oh, Representative Hoffman. Hubert. Representative Hubert. We're currently not hearing you.
It's muted.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
I didn't have a question for Andy. I had a previous question that I wasn't able to ask, but it can be discussed later.
Definitely, go ahead.
On the last set of testimony, I was just wondering if we were going to get more information about the Attorney General's opinion on meetings. I know we have to vote in person, but I just wondered, is it just going to be something that leadership has to flesh out as far as the Attorney General's opinion, and if we were going to get more information on that?
Yeah, it's outside of the scope of what we're doing currently, but yeah, that is a question that would be for leadership for probably right off the bat.
Okay, thank you.
You have a question for the Department of Revenue?
No, thank you.
Excellent. Any further questions? Seeing none. Hold on, Senator Tyson.
I apologize, I missed the comment, but we are experiencing a great deal of fraud through the unemployment system. I'm sure everybody's aware of that. And I have approached the Revenue Department in the past on technology ideas that would reduce the amount of fraud. That is one of the biggest expenses with the federal government. It's hundreds of billions of dollars. And my understanding at state level, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. Maybe in a future meeting, Mr. Chairman, you would engage the Department of Revenue to give us some ideas as to how they are combating, since the ideas that I presented to them were not taken forward or considered.
Thank you, Andy. Do you have a comment?
I would look to partner with the likely the Office of Technology and Support, specifically the Chief Information Security Officer for the state at that point, and maybe invoke some resources from his office to maybe help answer any questions that might exist, or give some feedback on the types of protections that could be further implemented for more protection in those areas.
Mr. Chairman, that would be great. I tried to deal with this directly with the department. Now I'm going to go public. We cannot tolerate the fraud and the payments. I mean, the hardship that is putting on Kansas citizens right now. I had 3 calls already this morning. One of the people that called me, they're having false claims in another state now, not just the state of Kansas. Had people that we know that have had false IRS, false state tax forms filed, they get paid out. An obligation on the person's tax form the next year ongoing problem, and we need to address the problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing, Andy. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take a quick change of the agenda right here while we have a quorum. The minutes were sent out, and there is a copy of them in your packet. I would look for approval of the November 12th minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the November 12th minutes are approved.
Motion by Representative Hoffman, do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Collins. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, committee.
Mr.
Hey, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not at that meeting, so I would be asked to be recorded as abstaining.
Senator Francisco will be recorded as abstaining. Thank you, Senator. Next up, we have Jorge State on the ERP project, giving us an update. I believe Martin Barnett will be online on Zoom and directly if he's not on already. Can you hear us, Mike?
I can hear you fine, Mr. Chairman. My name is, well, let me start here. Good day, Chairman Peterson, Vice Chair Hoffman, and members of the committee. My name is Mike Barnett. I'm a Vice President for Administration and Finance and Chief Financial Officer at Fort Hays State University. Also on the line with me today is Rachel Deppenbush, who is our project manager for Workday, our ERP project. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this project with you today. And in addition to the written testimony we've submitted, I have a few additional comments that I'll make here, and then I'll answer any questions I can. As we went through this project, we discussed numerous times about the possibility of shutting it down or delaying it or changing paths, I guess would be the best way to say it. But the things that we found were there are few alternatives in this space. The ERP project for universities in cloud-based form has limited resources. In our bid process, we only found 2 alternatives that were really suitable for us, and Workday was one of those. The other thing was that we're nearing the end of life of our current system. It's a legacy system that was built by our own staff years ago. And within that system being written in COBOL, which is an old technology, we are losing all of our programmers who can actually maintain that system. So there were a couple of reasons for us to really stay the course and continue the project, even though it was over time and over budget. So another consideration, being an early adopter in this, we'll be one of probably 4 or 5 universities in the nation who will be live with Student Workday, which is a second component. We'll be one of 4 or 5 that will be live going forward. So being an early adopter gave us some advantages in that we were able to shape the system a little bit to our needs, which we think was a definite advantage. We had a significant input in how their student system was being developed because it was being developed as we were proceeding through our project implementation. The other benefits of Workday or any cloud-based system that we looked at actually is that we're moving from numerous data sets to one data set. And that will be a definite advantage for us in managing our information. We don't have to consolidate data sets when we're doing simple emailings or mailing out documents or anything like that, where we have numerous addresses in numerous data sets that don't always match. So this one data set will help us with our processes significantly. So, and the final things, the final product we believe will be a good product, a very good product actually. What we've seen in demos, what I've seen in demos in particular, what I've seen demonstrated here on campus through tests that we've completed recently, we'll be able to provide much better information to students. We'll be able to advise students better. We'll have plans for them in place that will hopefully get them to graduation quicker. We'll have better information for managers on campus, more readily available information that they can access at any time. And again, I'll repeat that one data set is an important part of it. This is a remotely accessible system, so you can complete your work anywhere, anytime, And to address a little bit of the security issue discussion that I've heard today, we have dual authentication systems in place. We rely a lot on Workday's own security because it is a cloud-based product, but we are very aware of the needs for improved security overall. And the final point here is that this system, once it's fully implemented, will help us reduce our need for redundant systems on campus for backup and disaster recovery, being that this is a cloud-based product and that Workday is responsible for maintaining all the server farms, and actually they maintain 2 of them across the United States. It gives us that redundancy that we need without having to go to the expense of creating it ourselves. So those are really the advantages of this project. And yes, we're fully aware that it's taken much longer than we anticipated. We were probably, not probably, we were very overly optimistic when we put together our plan originally. And that's my comments for today. So I'd stand for any questions.
So Workday servers are all located within the continental United States?
There are actually 2 different farms that Workday supports, both one on each coast. I believe one of them's in the New York area and the other one's in the Portland, Oregon area.
Thank you. Senator Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being with us today, even remote from Hayes. I had a question in regard to, I know that you have a significant number of students that are international students that are within the United, I believe they're within, some are within the United States, but do we have students that are attending Fort Hays State University from China?
Yes, we have a number of students that are attending in China. We have partnerships with 2 universities in China, in mainland China, one in the Henan province and one in the Liaoning province, Xiaosh University and Shenyang Normal University. They are actually students of both programs, both universities. And through these partnerships, we provide face-to-face instruction in China for those students. This year, I think we'll have around 3,500 total students in China in our program. This is down a little bit from previous years. We've had up to 4,500, but there's been some changes with the Ministry of Education in China and the government allowing certain numbers to be recruited into our program. So we're down a little bit in enrollments there this year.
What portion of your student population is that, percentage-wise?
That would be a little over 20% of our student population. I believe we have about 4,500 on campus, about 7,500 online, and 3,500 in China.
And with that, so these students, when we look at this student workday program, they are actually accessing that from there, and they'll be using that program, correct? Actually,
no. The way the process works with our partners in China is they register the students into our programs via data or spreadsheet input. So they will show the students what opportunities they have to enroll in our courses and then provide us with a spreadsheet, and we enroll them here on campus directly through that data set transfer. So the students in China don't have access directly to Workday. They have access to our learning management system, which is located in China. Blackboard China is what we refer to it as, but they do not have access to our on-campus systems.
Do you feel there's any need for additional, given the current situation, is there any need for additional security protocols? And I'm going to say this will seem odd, but I applaud you for, we want to make sure that we have students and that we're sending the message of our state and our country in a positive way. But are there additional security protocols that you believe you would need funding for, or that should take place with such a large number of international students, specifically from China?
Given the way that we manage the enrollments in China and how our partners interact with us directly, I don't think there's any additional security risks that we have as an institution here in the United States. Now, I mean, that's kind of saying that, understanding that there's always a concern about security, especially with data, given all the stuff that we read about and hear about in the country going on as far as data breaches and actually in some what you would think some pretty secure facilities. So we're always looking for ways to improve our security, and our IT staff does a really good job. We use outside consulting when necessary, but I'm pretty comfortable where we're at right now. Now, I hope I don't jinx it by saying that, and tomorrow we get a data breach, but I'm pretty comfortable where we're at right at the moment.
My last question, since the arrest of the 3 students earlier this year, have you had any students that disenrolled and went back to China?
Actually, no, I don't. And the reason being is at the time that we started the fall semester, in early August for the most part, travel to China was restricted. So the students that we had here really didn't have an opportunity to disenroll and go back home. We did lose a few that were going to come to the United States to go to school here on campus because of the same problem. But I don't recall that we lost any directly going back as a result of the COVID situation.
Right. And it wasn't due to the COVID situation. It was that some had been identified as having done anti-American practices. That was what I was concerned about. Concerned about a breach of security with in our state and being able to access information within the state system or within your education system.
Yeah, sorry for the misunderstanding. No, we did not have any students that would fall into that category. Absolutely not.
Thank you so much for testifying today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Barnett. Appreciate it. You know, it's easy to focus on security, but one of the reasons I think we wanted to chat with you a little bit is the ERP and how long it had gone, right? How long it was delayed, and we had real concerns. As we talk to other institutions that are looking at, such as KU or maybe K-State, or start looking at their ERP upgrade projects. You know, we've seen a pattern where we don't always architect things and learn from each other's mistakes, if you will, and we operate in silos. And we were wondering, you know, from your perspective, did you have any best practice help from other universities, from the state in terms of architecture? I applaud you, by the way. Let me just say one thing before you answer that question. I applaud you for taking a cloud-based approach and looking at the benefits, looking at the homogenization of all the data, making sure it's available. I understand the scope probably got out of hand, which is why the time and the money probably got out. But I think you are on a cutting edge. But obviously, you know, that has its risks. And that's the kind of thing that we want to bring to other places inside the state so we can start learning from each other. So I'm just wondering, did you have any kind of interaction with anybody else around architecture or scoping or anything like that that might have helped you, or are you now willing to go do that with others? Oh,
absolutely. We actually incorporated or used the consulting service Gartner, if you're familiar with them. Pretty well-known IT consulting firm in discussing our plan with them originally back in 2015-16. At the very similar time, another institution in the state, another regional institution in the state, began the same process of converting from a legacy system to a cloud-based system. And we compared notes numerous times on how the bid processes were going. And ultimately, we selected 2 different companies, which was not unusual, I suppose, because you have different IT staffs in different areas. But we did consult with folks. We used other people. We used actually a consulting firm outside of Workday to implement the HCM finance portion of it, Collaborative Solutions. So we had a number of folks involved in it, just helping us make decisions other than just ourselves.
One more question, Mr. Chair. Think about the synergies that we could maybe pull in and doing this project in coordination with, you know, some of the regional universities you mentioned, and maybe even some of the big universities inside the state. It seemed like we could have leveraged a similar platform and really pushed and achieved some of the benefits that you're getting with this student, you know, the better student outcomes that you're going for at other universities if we worked inside of a concerted effort, a well-architected way. And I understand the need for individualized decisions, but would you agree that there was an opportunity to leverage all of our buying power, our consultative power as, and, you know, as stakeholders as a state versus going at it maybe as an individual entity like that?
I would absolutely agree that there's the potential there. The issues that we discovered, I think, other than the other regional that was going through the process at the same time, the universities in the state, and you know, you could consider this both public and private, I suppose, are at different points in time in their ERP processes. There, you know, a number of them have recently gone through changes to a system other than Workday. It was Banner. At the time that we were looking at our product, Banner didn't offer a cloud-based solution. I believe they do now. And then there are others that were using Oracle or some other system or components of the system within their institution. So yes, I think it's possible to do that. It would be need to be timed, if you will, at the end of contract lives and things like that for everybody. And that would be a difficult aspect of it in itself, because most of these contracts are fairly long term. Ours are running for 5 years, and you know, obvious necessity of that is just the cost to get the system up and running. So yeah, I think it's possible. I think it would take some substantial planning, obviously, to make that happen.
Any other questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it looks like to me that this project was almost a multi-level project, as far as you did the finance part was different than the student part. I mean, there's several aspects to it, but it's all one project. Yeah, different. Well, there were different phases, but there were different components to the project. As we look now, it's 5 years, about $6 million over budget. Just going forward for other entities and for us as a committee to look at, do you think that it would have been better to start it smaller and say, okay, we want to do this particular project, and then went to the next project after that one was completed, instead of trying to do multiple phases of a pretty big project that ended up being way over budget? You get what I'm saying? I'm not sure I
absolutely understand what you're saying. And we did break it into what I'll call the one easy component and one not so easy component, and that's the phase we're in right now, the student phase. And we understood when we took on the project that the student phase was going to be much more complicated, just because of the enormous amount of data that we gather on students as they process or progress through their educational history here at the university. So we did implement HCM finance payroll in the first phase. And at the end of that, near the end of that project, just before we went live, we began the student project. We went live with HCM finance in 2017, April of 2017. And we pushed out the student project, the early parts of it, which is just the planning phases, in February of that same year. And there was really no simple way, in my mind anyway, to break the student component into smaller pieces, even though, you know, we have different components. We have, you know, recruiting and admissions and registration and records and things like that. It all works so tightly together. We would have to write substantial integrations from our current system into those components as we pushed them out. And we just thought it would be better to push hard to get this one big portion of the project complete. But yeah, that was definitely a consideration.
Well, I understand. Understand you probably, once you did one, you probably had to start doing the other in order to really make it work. I guess my whole point is that you now show a fairly good sized project that's over budget over time. Whereas you probably, if you would have just, the first part of it wasn't necessarily over budget and over time. Am I right?
Correct.
So you would have completed that project, it would have shown that everything was working, and then you went to the Harvard project. That, maybe it wouldn't have worked that way, but just something that as we go forward and as the other universities start to look at maybe this, and as we look at this, we need to look at how to make sure that these projects are not, they don't get so bloated that they become over budget and over time, and they stay within the original intent. So appreciate you being here.
I would absolutely agree with everything you just said. We had no intention of this reaching the level that it did, but we did get to certain points of, I'll call them no return, where we only have one choice, and that was to move forward. So.
Senator Tyson.
I appreciate that. I don't, this is quite disappointing, this project. It is, you know, the state of Kansas, and I said this in another committee, we should not be on bleeding edge and necessarily leading edge technology. I used to work at NASA, and I came back and worked on a state project, and they were doing bleeding edge technology, an unproven architecture that wouldn't have even been considered for a regular government program, and shouldn't have been. And I just, our IT system at the state is in such disarray right now. And we keep saying, oh, well, if we throw more money at it. As an outsider looking in, it's a management issue at this point. It's not going to matter how much money we should throw at it if we keep managing the projects in such a way that we are. I just got to follow up on Senator Braun's comments. I have been concerned about this for a few years now, and one of the numbers that I saw demonstrated that the majority of international students are from China, and that number is almost encroaching on the number of US citizens attending Fort Hays. And I would say it is already overtaking the number of citizen Kansas persons that are attending Fort Hays. And you may not see it as a security risk. It is absolutely a security threat unless those systems are completely isolated. You know, you get a good IT person and it's just fun to have. And that's one of the things that we're seeing now. And you can look to our president and what's going on at the national level. This is a real threat now. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Respond, Mike.
Pardon me?
Did you have any response?
Well, you know, I'll make a couple of points on the enrollments. We serve about 8,000 Kansans in total. And back to the number in China, we have about 3,500 there. And yes, it's a significant number of our enrollment. The security issues, as I mentioned before, are always a concern for us. But I believe the way that we manage the access from our students in China, that we are doing the best we can to make sure that that security risk is maintained or minimized. So, you know, we continually monitor the way we process information. We've actually relocated resources such as Blackboard. So there are things that we've done to help mitigate that circumstance, but you know, as it's been stated many times, you can never completely remove it, but we do what we can to make sure that we keep it under control.
Thank you, appreciate you coming today. Thank you with us today and presenting on this. Appreciate your written testimony.
Thank you.
We now turn our attention to the unemployment insurance fraud prevention update. I believe we have Brent Flashbart, Deputy Secretary of Labor, and others online. Portion of this section may need to be closed. I'm sure that Matt has a list prepared if that's necessary. Floor is yours. Mr. Secretary.
How are you, Mr. Chair?
All right.
We are requesting a closed session for the duration of this presentation, or at least for my part of the presentation.
I just want to make sure everything is absolutely necessary. That we're going to discuss is an actual security aspect of what we're about to discuss. I think the public does deserve to have at least some update about maybe a statement from the department about the steps they've taken that are public. I don't want to over abuse an executive session if there's stuff that doesn't actually need to be securely discussed. So is there any kind of statements we could make before we go into executive session that wouldn't necessarily need to be inside of that session that wouldn't be a security threat for us? Maybe some statistics about where we're at.
Was that? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
Is that Senator? I'm sorry, I don't know who is talking. Is that Senator Peterson?
This is Representative Pittman talking on the committee.
Sorry, Representative Pittman. Actually, and I don't know if this is, I've included a larger update on what the agency is doing, and not all of that necessarily needs to be in closed session. So we can remain in open session until we get to the sensitive part of the presentation, if that helps address some of your concerns. I can give you a general update on where we're at on the fraud piece as well. So it's just whatever your preference is.
We want as much in open session as possible.
Perfect. So I'm going to, members of the committee, try and move fairly quickly because I know there's a lot of ground to cover. And then when we get to the piece of this that needs to be in closed session, I'll let everybody know. And I am going to share my screen. Members of the committee, can you see my screen okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So to date, since March 15th, the Department of Labor has paid out over 3.4 million weekly claims, totaling $2.4 billion between regular unemployment and the federal pandemic programs. This slide gives you an indication. So normally what you're seeing, the gold line, the dots in the middle, that is the Great Recession. And the black line is where we're at today. And then to give you some idea, the red line at the very bottom is where we were at last year in 2019. What I can tell you and what my biggest challenge has been explaining just the sheer volume of what we're dealing with. So since March 15th, as you can tell from this chart, our lowest week of unemployment claims has never dipped below the highest week of unemployment claims for the Great Recession. So you can tell the volume that we're dealing with. As a reminder, this is the path. Regular unemployment is available for 26 weeks. This is the only program, the unemployment program, that pulls from the state trust fund. Once claimants exhaust these benefits, they transfer over to PUC. The extended benefit program just ended on December 12th. So we are now out of that particular program. So if folks exhaust their PUC claims, they can apply for PUA still. And I'm going to talk a lot about PUA toward the end. And to give you some idea, we've paid out to date 31,755 claimants under PUA for a total of 168.8 million. When I came in, we had a backlog of about 25,000 claims in
Hey, Ryan.
regular. Yes.
The committee has asked that they are trying to ask questions and they are not able to hear you in the room.
Oh, Okay.
We can hear you on Zoom, but
No. You can't hear us and we're not getting your charts. We just have the cover sheet of the update.
You cannot hear us,
Are you seeing
were you
the
able to
chart?
just hear them, Ryan?
I can, yes, I can hear
Yeah,
them.
I heard them too.
And can you see the,
You finally got to
my,
change the name.
the slide we're not advancing.
oh, the slides are not advancing. Okay. Can you all see the program chart flow now?
Just got the one that says regular UI and the KDOL overview.
Yes, sir.
We need to get you vaccinated so we can have you here in person.
The regular back, can you hear me now though? Okay, perfect. So when I came in at the end of June, the regular backlog was around 25,000. As of today, that backlog, it stands at 4,400, and we are trending in the right direction to complete that. I announced it was a couple weeks ago, it was around Thanksgiving, for the PUA program. We also think that our backlog is in the 25,000 range for that particular program. I will tell you, we finally deployed a critical piece of that system. It's an entirely new unemployment system. And so we have been notifying those folks that are in that backlog that if they want to apply and provide that missing paperwork, that they can do that. We have notified all of those folks and told them what they need to do. As of today, just under 10,000 folks have started that process. Some have started it, some have completed it. We have started paying out back weeks. But we no longer think at some point we're going to have to adjust that backlog we think now it's closer to 10,000, and that the bulk of those remaining claims are actually potentially fraudulent. So we're still looking at that. We're still gathering data, but just as an awareness piece for everybody. And again, not everybody that is in the PUA program is going to be eligible. There's a reason why we're needing additional information from them. And so we're working through that now. And what I can also tell you is the PUA program, we are moving twice as fast now than we are through regular adjudications, is what our early data is showing. Can you all see the LWA slide that just appeared, or hopefully appeared?
Thumbs up.
If we can see it, can you hear us okay?
Okay, yes, okay, perfect. So on August 8th, President Trump signed the LWAP program. This is a FEMA program, so it's different. We actually have to pull down these funds in increments. We can't just, it's not like a line of credit with the federal government. To date, as of December 7th, we've paid out 67,676 Kansans, totaling 108.1 million. The bulk of this program is paid out. We continue to do maintenance payments. So we just got a new bunch of money from FEMA for this program. So we're planning to pay out a significant maintenance payment tonight. So if folks have been waiting for that, we'll get those folks paid out. The other piece of this is, as we're clearing those adjudications numbers, those folks are now becoming eligible for this program. So we're going back and paying those folks. This is added in. I know there's been some interest among legislators about what exactly Accenture is doing for us. This is a life cycle. They come in and do an assessment. They make recommendations, provide a concept and a proposal. And then up to this point, we had taken that to the Spark Committee, and then the State Finance Council approved the funding. And so what have we been doing for that with that money that was provided? So Accenture is focusing on three primary areas. 77% of their effort is going to surge support. 8% of their effort is going to IT stabilization, and 15% is going to agency stabilization and optimization. As we've been hit with the substantial numbers, we've been having to improve our systems across the board. The initial findings from Accenture, they pointed to our system architecture, which is not new news for you all. You know, this has been an ongoing issue, and that has been preventing quick delivery of new requirements and programs. I will tell you, we are already working closely with our congressional folks to make sure that we are as prepared as we can be with whatever package is hopefully passed before the 26th. And what they ultimately found is that our system needed to be stabilized in order to move forward on this, and we needed to have more effective and efficient processes. The agency, when I stepped in, wasn't documenting things the way they should have. We've put in place that requirement. So what are some of the things that we've done in these buckets? So again, in the surge support, these are everybody from phone answers to additional fraud team. We've tripled the size of the fraud team. You know, we have hundreds of people answering the phones now, and we've surged support to a bunch of other areas of this as well. We actually launched a business help desk, and we launched it last week. We're averaging about 200 calls a day. We have not advertised that yet. We are going to do that likely on Friday or Monday. Or today, if there are reporters listening to this. But we're adding additional resources to that. So if businesses need to talk to somebody, they can get through and get those questions answered. They were frustrated because they were getting caught up in the claimant queue. And so this will be a dedicated resource to help those businesses. Again, in the IT stabilization, I'll talk a little bit more about this shortly, but it's really capacity building and skills assessments for KDOL IT folks, incident response with an old system, things break. And then the PUA build out, this is, you know, finalizing that system and making sure it's there and stabilizing it. And then we're also working on now, we've gotten a fair amount of pushback on the website. It's not user friendly. So we're actually working on a redesign of that. And then finally, on the agency stabilization, it's accounting support, it's correspondence review. So we are having Accenture review all of the mailings that go out from this agency to make sure that they're clear and understandable and in a way that is actually helpful for folks. We are revitalizing the shared work program. This has been a huge tool to use for businesses. And, you know, through this, we've learned that some of our instructions to businesses and guidance to businesses hasn't been clear. So we are actually revamping that entire piece so that we're servicing the business community better so that they can service their employees better. And then finally, this has come up in other sessions about the 1099s at the end of the tax year. KDOL cannot proactively withhold taxes from people's benefits. We know that this is going to cause a significant flow of questions. And so we're actually standing up an entirely separate call center that will be dedicated just to answering tax questions. There is a fraud component to this. We are expecting IRS rules to come down soon. They've rescheduled the meeting a couple of times, but we've been told informally that we will not have to issue 1099s to those folks that have been victims of fraud. So if in fact that's what the IRS says, that will be a huge positive step forward. So one of the things that I've been asked about by members of this committee and others are, we want to know timelines. We want to know what this looks like. So this is an example. I know it's hard to read. I can follow up offline with this in a format that's easier to see. But this gives you an example of the different work streams that we're currently working on with Accenture and all the different training tracks of, you know, we're currently training an additional 90 phone operators right now that will be brought online. I believe it's next week. You can see we've now, the Amelia chatbot, there's a dedicated team that helps with that. We have top 2 million interactions on that. And then it goes down the line of surge support for adjudications, fraud, and PUA. On the IT stabilization side, the big chunk of this is the PUA technology. So completing that build out of that system. The Siebel database system, we've had them doing some health checks and performance fine tuning to make sure that it's stable and can handle this increased capacity and that we're utilizing it effectively. Again, I mentioned the business and IT documentation. We are making sure that that is in place so that things are automated as much as possible, that we're removing that human error factor as much as possible, and that we have that documentation in place so we can go back and find out if something breaks where it might have broken. And then again, the website redesign, that's more, I say, a long-term project that will stretch into at least February before that's available. And then the agency stabilization, again, the outbound correspondence and communication, the shared work and employer help desk, that's in this particular path. And then the 1099 project, which will also be ongoing. We expect to have that 1099 process ready to launch in January. And then the staffing levels, we are now at around a total of 339.
Would jeopardize such security measures to resume the meeting in the open meeting in room 546 South. Let's see, 11:47, is that right?
Hello?
I think we just crossed with another meeting that's on Zoom.
Very good. It's always an adventure with this remote. So 339 KDOL employees that are helping answer phones and help in these other areas. And then, and that's, I'm sorry, that is KDOL employees and that is surge level employees. So I want to be clear, we haven't increased the size of the agency with permanent staff. These are temporary staff. I will tell you, based on current trends, I think we can start pulling back these temporary staff that we've sometime in the first quarter, depending on what happens with what Congress passes and of course, how the pandemic continues to play out. And then this is the PUA program. We're going to talk more about that here shortly. And we have 120 dedicated folks that are just working on this. This is that entirely new unemployment system. And then, Mr. Chair, this is the part of the program that we're going to get into that needs to be in closed session, please.
Why don't you take questions on the open session first? My first question is this modernization, looking forward. Are we looking to let the businesses have website access instead of just by fax or snail mail to their accounts?
Senator, that was Senator Peterson, right?
Yes.
I believe Brett Flashbarth is on the line and he's been heading up our modernization project and he can give you more specifics on that.
Yeah, Senator, that's a great question. And I hope everyone can hear me clearly. Typically any modernized system, the types that we're looking at that have been successfully deployed in other states is going to have that type of forward-facing customer feature you're describing and asking for both claimants and employers. So we would certainly envision that any modernized system we end up trying to implement would have a robust web presence for employers and make it dramatically easier for them to interact with the agency, filing their quarterly wage reports, responding to unemployment claims, filing appeals. All those would be indicative of a modernized system. So that is something we will be focusing on when we implement.
As a Manoa will help out with them on the fraud reporting also. Senator Braun, you have a question for open meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I had a question in regard, you were looking at reducing our numbers. I know that we're looking at other, and I know you don't have a crystal ball to say what is going to happen, but we know that they're looking to have more funding for these such programs. When we look at transitioning people, are these people that we have the ability to call back, or that we have some type of incentive to call them back should there be another increase generated by a new program? What flex do we have?
Senator, are you asking clawback funds for overpayments or?
for the program going forward, we see the number, you're looking at a declining number of applications. If applications went back up for, if a new program became available, do we have the flexibility? What I don't want to see is a repeat of what we had the first time, right? So we had a huge surge. We are told repeatedly, well, it takes a lot of training. It's going to take us 8 weeks to get somebody smart enough to do this. Is there the ability for these people to maintain a certification or something that if we needed to take them back into those roles, that we could do so in a short period of time? I'm not saying that there's going to be another situation tomorrow, but it's quite possible that this happens again in June or July or something. There's some other event that causes that.
Thank you, Senator Braun. Acting Secretary Wright. The short answer to your question is yes. So we're actually reviewing the federal legislation. A big caveat, we have to wait and see what's in the final bill. But initially, what it appears that they are planning to do is extend, for example, the PUA program from the 39 weeks to somewhere around 56 weeks. There's going to be, at least in the current version of the legislation, a window where if you've expired that time, you can't get paid for those weeks. But when they start the program back up, you'll be able to be paid out up to 56 weeks under that. So there's essentially a donut hole in this in the current version of the legislation, if we're understanding it right. And but if you're already in the system, you'll have to go in and do your weekly certifications like you would with any unemployment system, but you won't have to start over. Their profiles are already there. We won't have these huge backlogs to work through, so it'll be more real-time responses to folks. It'll be the normal process, but we will not see, do not envision any scenario where we see anything like what happened at the beginning of this. Once we get that code change in, and I'm told, at least in the current version of the federal legislation, that these changes appear to be minor. We'll see if that's true, but we should be able to tweak the existing code so that we can help service those claimants as quickly as possible. But they will not have to go through that whole new verification process. Once they're verified, they'll just have to apply weekly, and then they'll be adjudicated weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for being here again today. This is Representative Hoffman. I appreciate what you're doing. I think that since you came on board, you've moved the agency in a lot better situation than we were. We miss, and I know we've talked about the backlog many times in other committees, and personally we talked about it. I think we missed the first part of your slides where you were showing and talking about the backlog and where you are right now, because when in the last meeting we were at, we talked, you were still around 25,000, but you worked on about 5,000, I think, and got them done, and you were planning on having that backlog over by the end of the year. So where are we at still on that?
Yeah, Representative Hoffman, thank you for that and the question. So the short answer to your question is we're now at 4,000, right at around 4,000 in the backlog. So just since we last talked last week, we've dropped another 1,000. I think it was last week. So I do think we are on target to be down with the backlog of regular unemployment claims, maybe by the first week of the year. But I will tell you that process is picking up. Having said that, there's always going to be a certain amount of claims that are in that backlog because that's just part of the process. We're talking about the people that have exceeded those statutory deadlines that are truly backlogged and waiting. That's that 4,000 number. And I still believe that we are on target to fully eliminate that backlog, if not by the end of this month, then by the very beginning of January. And if anybody is owed a single dollar for this from any of these programs, even if they end, even if they expire on the 26th and there's no new federal legislation in place, they will still get paid for the money that they are owed. But that number is at right at 4,000 today. And what you may have missed, we estimated that the PUA backlog was also around 25,000. We have communicated with all of those folks. That number we know is just under 10,000, the number of people that have either started to provide us with the missing paperwork or have completed those, that missing information. We're on to adjudications for those. So we've been talking about 25,000, but I think the real number now is really down to 10,000 because we now suspect that the balance of those 25,000 may actually be fraudulent claims or people that have decided that they're not going to continue to pursue PUA payments. So we're now looking at that universe as of today of about 10,000. And what we know from the early data is we are moving through the adjudication process in PUA twice as fast as we are in regular unemployment. So I'm hoping that we can get those PUA people paid as quickly as possible.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. I'm glad you brought out the that they will get paid. I think that is something I meant to ask about that, and we'll answer that other times. If just to make it very clear, if you are eligible for unemployment or for PUA, even if the program is in, you have not got paid, you will get paid. And we just want to make sure that everybody understands that.
Yes, sir, that is correct. If you're owed $1 from this agency and your claim is found to be valid, you will absolutely get paid that, regardless of if the program is still live or not.
I appreciate that. Well, thank you. Continue to work on those PUA payments. I know we're going to go into executive session and talk about a few things on the fraud part. And you've mentioned that there's a tremendous amount that went through adjudication that are not eligible. Are they getting that? Are they getting that information very clearly now that they are not eligible for the program? Because I'm still getting calls from people, that I'm pretty sure now are not eligible. But are they getting that real blunt? I guess is what I'm trying to get to.
The answer to that is yes, Representative Hoffman. We've started notifying those folks once they're adjudicated. And again, there's a reason why those folks are in that backlog. It's not saying that their claim is fraudulent or that it's not valid, but we needed additional information to verify that they were eligible for this program. I will tell you what we are seeing now is we're seeing a spike in calls both to legislators and to the media for folks that are now not eligible for the program and they don't like that answer, or they've been disqualified for security reasons, or by security, I mean ID verification. And we are prohibited from discussing individual claims, but we are now seeing a rise in repeat calls to the call center where they're trying to get a different answer. And so we're going to see this continue, and they are being notified. And in fact, I just talked with our legal team about sending one claimant a certified letter to make sure that they absolutely got it. Anyway, we're going to see a spike in folks that are upset because they're not eligible for this program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We probably need to move on to the other ones, but we have two final questions for open session. First will be Senator Tyson, followed by Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I wanted to join on to Representative Hoffman's comments. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know you've been working diligently. You've inherited a nightmare, actually, and we appreciate your team's efforts also, not just you, but the whole team that's working on it. I know they don't hear that often enough, and we need to get this fixed, but we do appreciate the efforts and the time that they're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too appreciate the efforts. I know that this was never an easy job, and it was made much more complicated by our software and by the changes that were made at the federal level. So I did hear you say that you were sending out letters where you have found people to be ineligible. Those have gone to some of my constituents. One who I know personally, so I don't think this is a case of fraud. And they are told that they were ineligible because they failed to provide information proving that I was self-employed, and they say they never received a request for that information. They got requests for pay stubs from their temp job. You know, they worked for the census. I'm reading from their letter. So how, I mean, if they were not asked for that information, is that a reason to find that someone's ineligible?
So Senator, and I'm happy to have Deputy Secretary Flashbarth or Brady also speak to this. A couple of things I'll say on that. If they don't provide us with the required information, that is a reason, I believe, and again, Peter or Brett can correct me, to disqualify them, because we can't pay them out unless we check all the boxes that the feds require. I will say this, and I can't speak to a specific claimant, but one of the things that we are going to endeavor to do moving forward is to be more transparent with legislators when they reach out and ask about things, because oftentimes what will happen is, in fact, we have documentation in our system of the conversations that have happened with claimants and what has been requested of claimants and their responses. And it's oftentimes not the full story. I'm not speaking in this particular case. I don't know what claimant you're referring to. I'm just saying in general, we're trying to be more transparent with legislators so they know a better picture on what's actually happening with a claimant's individual situation, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. But oftentimes what I can tell you is, again, not speaking to this particular claimant, but what we are seeing in the media is half of the story at best. And the media, we tell them, we don't comment on those claimants, but we say that this is not factually accurate and we can't go any further, and they still run with the stories. And we can't do anything to defend ourselves against this or clarify the record because we're prohibited from talking about these claimants. But I'm hopeful that moving forward, when you all have a constituent request, you are getting a more complete picture from this agency as to what the issue is. But I can tell you, in addition to notifying these folks in writing, they also call into the call centers, and those calls are recorded for quality assurance. And so we actually can go back and pull some of those files and check some of those things. So I hope that helps. And again, if Deputy Secretary Flashbarth or Brady, if I've said something wrong, please.
Yeah, this is Peter Brady. Just one point of clarification, Senator. If someone doesn't reply to the request for information, it's not an automatic denial of their claim. What it means is that our adjudication staff has to make that determination based on the information that we've received. So we make the determination in absence of receiving that information, but that doesn't necessarily mean a denial.
And Senator, I'm happy to follow up with you offline on the specific claimant that you're inquiring about.
I would appreciate that very much. Again, my concern is you did talk about how you were trying to make sure that, your wording was clear and you were communicating well and not confusing people. So again, it's confusion to get a letter of determination to say that you're ineligible. If in fact you want to say you are ineligible until we have this information in hand. Because those are two very different messages.
Absolutely. And Senator, on the PUA non-mon release that we just put in, which is the piece that allows people to apply, what we're doing now is we're actually being proactive about those claimants. We've picked this up since we've launched this, but for those claimants that have only done partial submissions or they've submitted a document that doesn't fit with our criteria, we're not waiting on them to have to call us. We're actually in the process of dedicating a team of those PUA operators who will do outbound calls to those folks and help them navigate that those sticking points so that we can eliminate any confusion. And again, that should start, if not today, it should start tomorrow, I believe. But I know Peter's been working on that. Because this is confusing. This is confusing for everybody.
How long do you think your PUA executive session presentation is going to last?
Depending on questions, I think I can get through my slides in 20 minutes, and I could do it faster if I need to.
We'll probably see if we can do it in 15 minutes, 5 minutes for questions. We're working on getting the motion set up so we can go into executive. Are you prepared to do that now?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask our staff when they're outside if they might be able to notify Secretary Wallace in our afternoon conference, and we'll probably be starting late. That time will be determined, but it looks like it'll be at least 10 to 15 minutes later on our start time after lunch. 20 minutes. Well, 20.
I direct a question to the Alan Weiss.
Yeah.
Mr. Weiss, are we going to have a secure connection with the secretary on this? This is an executive session. I'm not confident that we've got this all down. Do you feel absolutely confident that we're going to have only him and anybody else named in this motion to be secure and not broadcasting?
Issue you saw earlier with the crosstalk from the other committee. Robin is in the back room and she's managing two committees on two different computers, and her speaker got turned on one. That's why you heard that crosstalk. The way we set up the executive session is in Zoom. We create a separate secure meeting, a breakout meeting, and then only the members that are supposed to be in, we get the list from staff of who those people on the current conference should only be in the breakout room or put in that breakout room. And that does not include Robin or any of the IT staff. They will not be in the breakout room also. So it is fairly secure. So.
Thank you. Looking for a motion for the executive session. Representative Hoffman.
I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology in room 112 North of the State House be recessed for a closed executive meeting or to commence immediately in room 112 North of the State's House pursuant to KSA 2020 Supplemental 7543 19B12C for a discussion of the security of the information systems with individuals from the Department of Labor, which subject is under consideration by the Joint Committee on Information Technology. Because open discussion would jeopardize the security of the information systems, that the Joint Committee on Information Technology resume the open meeting in room 112 North of the State House at 12:20, and that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and be maintained as a part of the permanent records of the committee.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Senator Francisco. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. We're going to executive session. Committee, we're going to have to wait just a minute while the staff gets done and they get switched over to the breakout room. No, they are not. The speakers are off right here. All speakers now off.
Can you hear anything, Ryan?
I can hear you.
We can't hear the room yet.
Be great. We appreciate the information that you provided, and I'm sure there'll be a few folks reaching out to you on an individual basis.
Thank you, Senator.
We are recessed until lunch. Well, after lunch, 1:40.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
She was. And then they don't say that I'm giving limited confidentiality to my legislation. There she is. And when you resolve it.
But this is,
Oh, there's no question. Because your constituent services are important. And you deserve to know that information. And the constituent, so if the constituent says, hey, I'll waiver my rights to see this, then you can be at peace with that. And when they go on the media and say, I consulted with you, but the first thing they're gonna say is, I won't send that waiver. And then it gives you a response to the constituent say,
at 1:45, but that works out. I'd like to welcome Secretary Burns Wallace back and see how we're doing on our architecture inventory project update and see what's going on. Welcome back to the committee. Appreciate you showing up in person.
All right. Thank you all for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. We are with you for just a short period of time. I spent a good deal of time with you last month, but there are a couple of things that we want to keep updating. And the IT architect inventory is one of them. Also, our CETA, I think he had just started or was starting the next week, has now been on the job for about 30 days. And so he's going to share a little bit about what he's learned and what he is going to be doing in that space. And then I'll come back to you with just some general updates, updating projects like where the migration is, where soft phones are, just some quick highlights just to keep you apprised of how things are moving forward. Okay. So we're going to start with the IT architect inventory project. And if you all remember, I brought this to you last month, talked about kind of what our goals were in this space, really to be able to have this comprehensive inventory. And I do want to reiterate that it's not that we don't have this information, but the way that we have it currently sits, say, within agencies or is very compartmentalized. We can get to the information, but what we didn't have was more of a comprehensive, holistic view of it, and also one that is lined up in such a way where we're using the same schema of different factors that we want to know about a particular system or a particular environment, as well as one of the pieces of this that was important for me to also understand as we start to think about risk and vulnerabilities was also, where does our skill set match up on this inventory? If we have certain types of systems, what is the depth of the skills that we have at the state for those systems to overlay onto an understanding of our inventory? So as I mentioned last time when I was with you, we were pretty much in that finishing of stage 2, moving into stage 3. They gathered more than 1,300 systems across the executive branch, cabinet, non-cabinet, and this is everything from applications to environments, as well as those resources. They did a deep dive into qualitative questions following up on the quantitative pieces of collecting the data and pulling it together. We built a schema and we shared that with ITech. The members of ITech, they provided feedback. And so what that does in the long run, because one of the deliverables that we now have is the actual inventory itself with that schema, which allows us to build it out even further if there are other data points that we want to collect. It also allows us to then collaborate, because I will say we did this in the executive branch, which was directly under my purview and able to do in this first phase of this project, but it gives us the opportunity to then work with the legislative and judicial branches. We have the schema, we can capture that information as well. The second part of what we've done though is we are using one of our existing systems, which is called ServiceNow. And as we are redeploying this system and using more of its functionality, we're actually going to host this information within that system, which gives us the ability to actually update it like on a quarterly or an annual basis, so that we don't have lists that might be out of date in terms of, various aspects from that more comprehensive central view. So we have the inventory. Our chief information technology architect, which you will hear from in a bit, really is going to be kind of the keeper in many ways. We'll be working to get this into the system and thinking about how we use this as we do think about larger architectural conversations, as we work with agencies to understand what type of support that they need, but also as we think about where we're headed in 3 to 5 years. The other piece of this project and what we asked for was to look at some of our risk areas or categories, or I will say it this way. When we envisioned the project, I didn't know exactly what that outcome would look like. And the way that the partners, the outside partner that worked with us on this, they kind of grouped our risk or some of our vulnerabilities or areas where we need to strengthen in 4 categories. And that's what you see there. So security and privacy, availability and access, skills, and continuity. I will tell you, my team, the CIOs, the OITS team, the iTech team, we're still going through the report and tearing it apart, but so that we can understand. But what I will tell you is that the big response is that it's not that there's nothing in it that surprises. It's a reinforcement of some of the things that we are aware of or some of the things that we've even started to work on. So just to give you a few highlights, in the security and privacy area, there was a recommendation around more consistent practices around application development, right? And so the practices are there, but if you think about our agencies, we have application development happening across various different agencies, various different systems, but there are some things that we can put in place to be more consistent in some of those practices, and particularly be able to leverage various resources or certain tools across app development, even if they are using different technologies or different systems, because app development still has kind of a foundation. Right? One of the other areas that they pulled out was strengthening our data management strategies. And that is one of the things that we are already working on. There's actually a subcommittee of iTech that is reviewing our data management policies right now. They kicked off this fall. They're reviewing those policies, and updating and strengthening those policies allows us then to work with the agencies to make sure they are compliant with those iTech policies. So that was one, again, already on our radar, but that they pulled out kind of in that space. In the access and availability space, a number of these were in thinking about, particularly right now, how citizens can engage with the services that we're delivering. How do they see websites? How do they get to the resources that they need to engage with? So a couple of the things that they identified is that we needed more mobile-friendly websites, and that we needed to strengthen our web standards across agencies. Right? We're very decentralized, you all know this, and so you see some different things in different places across our web presence, and so it's one of the things that they pointed out. One of the things that we were in the process of doing is we hold Sitefinity licenses that we do a number of our web platforms within. We just upgraded that for the mobile capability and some expanded capabilities within that. That take care of some of our agencies because not everybody is on Sitefinity or with OITS. And so there are some differences there, but it was one of the areas that they pulled out as a recommendation to look into. The other ones in this availability and access space are around kind of identity and access management. So like multi-factor authentication for going into systems. And so some of you may have it, you might have it on like a credit card or something like that, where you log in with your password and log in, and then it sends a code to you, and then you have to click it, and then it takes you in. And that's called multi-factor or two-factor authentication. That was one of the things that they recommended, as well as increasing our single sign-on capabilities so that you're able to sign into one place. You don't have to sign into multiple or have multiple logins, which can sometimes increase, people putting their passwords in different places. Again, not surprises. One of the things that we actually leveraged into the CARES Act dollars to actually increase this functionality. And so we actually have increased our Microsoft licenses to include end-user management, which includes multi-factor authentication and our ability to expand our single sign-on capabilities. But it also is the ability to, if there is a state laptop or a phone that is anywhere in the state or in the country, and let's say it's lost, or there is a security concern, we actually have the ability to reach out and to grab that information, lock it down, wipe it, access it, things of that nature. So again, not surprises, but for me, when we do this work and you have a partner that helps you do an analysis like this, and it lines up with a lot of the actions that you are working towards, it's more of validating that we're on the right track and hitting the right areas that help to strengthen our environment. In the skills area, strengthening professional development and training. That is always an interest, particularly if you think about this sector. In our IT sector, it's so critical that our staff are constantly learning and training, that they're getting the new certifications, that they're staying up to date. And I will be honest, when you think about public sector, state employees comparative to private, we just don't have the more formal plans that you might see in a private environment. And we don't always have the resources to match on to that, because the other thing about IT training is that it typically comes with a little bit of a steeper price tag. That certification can run a couple of $1,000s for any individual to move through their certifications or their trainings, right? So it's definitely one of the things that we've been looking at. About not quite a year ago, I reorged within OITS and created a director of HR. And that person, while they are a part of OITS, they actually work across all of the CIOs and the IT operation to try to increase some of the things like this, bringing in partners to bring in more training opportunities, technology opportunities, but we still have a ways to go in that space. One of the other things that they just identified is, as we know, in terms of just continuing to bring in new talent, particularly in areas of web development, data management, and cybersecurity. We can always add that type of talent to our teams. The last area, continuity. If you all remember, when we talked about the self-assessment, the security self-assessment last month, one of the areas we talked about were that almost all of the agencies responded that they had a COOP, a continuity of operation plan, and a disaster recovery plan. But where they needed more assistance was actually testing those plans and keeping them up to date. We found that finding here as well, and they made a recommendation getting around that space of just strengthening in that space and making sure that we're helping and providing resources to help agencies test those particular tools. The other one was just, again, increasing our level of documentation. We are an agent as a whole in that IT space, and we're not unique, but a lot of times, IT knowledge can sometimes sit in an individual's head because they've done it for so long, they know the rhythm of the system, and it's just natural. And so one of the things that they're just encouraging, it makes sense and it's things that we're pursuing ourselves, but more documentation, right? To just have it further documented as broadly as possible. I know as they were pulling information and working with agencies, they got so much information in written form in that first phase. And in that second phase, in those hour to 2 hour interviews, they were able to flush that information out so much further, right? And so that idea of being able to have a little bit more of that in written form for the longevity and understanding. So that's kind of the gist of it. We're not done. That's a little bit of some of the recommendations that they have provided in a couple of areas. There are more, and we're working through them and looking at various things. And so we will definitely keep you updated. But again, the main part of this is actually the inventory that was delivered. And our CTO will be working through that and working with it and understanding what's there, what we might want to add, how do we expand it, and most importantly, how do we use it and keep it up to date. So I'll stop and if it's okay to take questions for this piece of the discussion.
Any questions? Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary. On your skills, I know in the initial talks, and I'm probably going a couple of years back, they talked about people rotating through and it being hard to keep talent. We had a situation where, and I don't know what the result of that was, someone who was actually working for the state then was hired by a vendor and then bought some things from that vendor, and people would kind of be rolling back and forth. I want to know first, what are we doing continuity-wise in personnel? Because I know once someone gets a certification, they're more valuable on the street. Do we have any programs paying for their certification so we have that skill for a number of years? So that if you get that certification and you stay for 3 years, we'll pay for your certification or something, because it's hard to compete in the free market.
So I would say yes. Right. So we have the ability that an agency can pay for training, and then there's I don't know if it's a statute or a regulation, but basically what it means is that if you leave the government after a certain period of time, then you have to repay that dollar amount to state government. It's just like if somebody, you pay moving costs or something like that, and if that person leaves, before a period of time that's designated, then you're able to recoup those dollars from that individual, right? And each agency has a little bit of flexibility. You'll see some agencies who will have the person go through the entire process, take their test. If they pass their test, they can apply for reimbursement for that test. Still, again, there'll be a period of time that individual will need to stay with that agency, or they would have to repay it. So there's a couple of different ways, and we give, agencies use it in kind of flexible ways. Sometimes we'll do it as we are hiring someone, or if we're trying to promote from within, to give someone who's been with us an opportunity to move to that next level, who's ready, but maybe doesn't have that formal certification. So it may come with the employment offer to say, you must receive this certification within this period of time, and then your salary will step up as you receive that certification. So what I will say is you see us doing that or trying to enhance in multiple different ways, not necessarily one particular program or mechanism, but we use multiple to do that.
So that's the carrot. Let's talk about the stick. So we had asked some time ago, are there people that were with Kansas, with the state, that work for the state, that are now working for vendors that are supporting us? And do you need legislation to support you to prevent that from happening?
So I would say that in the IT industry, you're always going to see some of that. I will be honest, I don't know that we see like a mass exodus of individuals leaving us and going to a particular entity or vendor.
Everybody's scared right now. I'm not talking about right now.
And there's a reality that typically when you hear this or see this, it's typically around, if just to be frank, like a modernization, right? Because it's that you're moving to a brand new system. And so some of those individuals that might have a particular skill set under that old system, it's been rolled into a new, but that knowledge of that old system would be helpful. That's what you saw a few years ago when there were a handful of companies that come in, and as we move to some of the as a service and that happened. We don't see that type of movement on a regular basis now.
But I'm comfortable with your answer. If it isn't something that is going to affect us, I'm perfectly comfortable with that answer. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming again, Secretary Burns-Walls. You're always a light out here because I think you really are getting it in terms of how we can improve our infrastructure. I appreciate the efforts you've done on this. I have two questions. One's on the scope. Obviously, the scope can be very wide or it can be very narrow. If you're just focused on our major agencies, you're going to get a certain level. But, we've got a lot of sub-agents, or smaller agencies, I should say, as well as other parts of the government. I didn't know if you're going to inventory those systems, processes, and security mechanisms as well.
So we did. So this included cabinet and non-cabinet. So all of the cabinets were involved, and we received responses, I want to say at the top of my head, from 35 of the non-cabinet agencies as well. So within the executive branch, we actually cover what I would consider close to 85%. What that though allows us to do twofold. We added a at-large information security officer in the KSO's office about 6 months ago. That individual is working very closely with the non-cabinet agencies. Now that we have the schema built for those agencies that we did not receive that information, I have an individual that's working closely with them. And over the next few months, we will be gathering that information from those that we didn't get initial responses for. That individual then work with the CETA to make sure we're building it out. So from the executive branch side, I would say that we have a large swath of this information. But that's where I mentioned, now that we have this and we're able to use it, it gives us now the opportunity to reach out to the other branches, legislative and judicial, to share that schema and to be able to gather similar information.
And that's the second part of my question or comment is I'm looking forward to the next step in the vision for where you can take this, getting a visibility and then architecting solutions. We were just talking to Fort Hays earlier this morning, and they had a great implementation. There's some justifiable critique that maybe they went a little too far in terms of what they were trying to do. But whether that's the case or not, I see synergies that they could have brought to the table with other things if we had a coordinated 10-year plan for those types of organizations. And I think part of that is inventorying, life cycling, looking at processes and where we have to go in the future. So thank you so much.
Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going back to what you were talking about the qualifications and, you know, people being certified, and then if they leave employment with the state, having to pay that back. I was just wondering about the effectiveness of that. If that was something that was really collectible, or if the person said they moved out of state or whatever, would the state be stuck with those expenses?
So we have, yes, it is collectible.
Okay. Yeah, I know there's some collection agencies legitimate collection agencies that can do some good things nowadays.
The other thing is remembering that when someone leaves the state, they have final payouts from various things like their salary, because it's usually we're a couple of weeks behind on a cycle, as well as payouts of other things like leave and things like that. So there are ways for us to call back those dollars if someone does leave. But when we do this, there are signed agreements. Everyone is aware going into it, their time period and those requirements. So if we do have to take those actions, we have the documentation to be able to follow up on it.
All right, thank you, Secretary.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. So the final inventory into existing systems for future use. So is it all mapped out now on I think the last time you talked that you were hoping to be able to put it into a system then that could be categorized. Is it that done, or do you?
We're in process.
Okay.
So we have it, and it is in basically like the raw data form. It's like a CST file or something like that. And so it's the raw data form right now. The good part is CETA knows how to manipulate raw data, so he's already in it. ServiceNow, because we're in the middle of that relaunch, and it will relaunch in about mid-January, we will then be working to put it into that system. Because the goal of that system is then, as an agency, I can look in and update. We're not there yet, but we actually have the inventory in hand. We have the raw data file, and the CETA does have access to it and has been in it and manipulating it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? You can continue.
All right, so I would like to turn this over to Travis Rail, who is our new CETA.
Welcome to the committee, Travis.
Hello. See what we do with this. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, and thank you, Secretary Burns-Wallace. My name is Travis Rail, and I'm the new Chief Information Technology Architect, or the CETA. So that's a new, acronym you get to hear in state. I wanted to take this time to share with you, first of all, how excited I am to take on this role. Over the past 6 years, I've served at the Department of Agriculture as the Chief Information Officer, and I feel that the experiences that I have gained there have helped prepare me to take on those challenges. Before I discuss the priorities of my new role, I want to talk a little bit about what the Chief Information Technology Architect does, because that's a question that's come up quite a bit in the last month. So if you think of our entire IT enterprise as kind of a vast and interconnected city, the Chief Architect fulfills that role of city planner. The role of Chief Architect is strategic in nature and helps lead a formal enterprise architecture program within the state. Those programs include business, applications, security, technology, and technology architectures. So how do we begin to leverage this new role that I'm in? And that is to set about creating an enterprise architecture program. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is reactivate the Kansas Technical Architecture Review Board, or KTAR. This architecture review board will begin by updating the state's IT blueprints and standards to help provide a strategic direction for organizations around the state. Additionally, I hope that my role can help facilitate communication amongst IT leaders and collaboration in new ideas. And lastly, as mentioned just previously, looking at this IT architecture inventory to help identify risk within the state and work with organizations to mitigate that risk. So those are my priorities, and I look forward to continually working to improve the quality of IT enterprise across the state. Thank you. I will now stand for questions.
Any questions for Travis? Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Travis, for joining the squad here in the state of Kansas in this role. When you talk about a new board, is that just expanding government, or is it going to add some value to our state? And
So
and that's kind of facetious. I'd like to hear a bit about why that's important. And then the second piece would be, it sounds like a review board, architectural review board, you might just distinguish that for the listening audience. What's the difference between that and the executive council that sets standards maybe?
Certainly. So the architecture review board is not necessarily a new board. It's actually under the ITEC policies in the 4000 series. And what it helps to do is identify those key stakeholders that have a vested interest in IT and the architecture, because obviously with all the different branches of government, that's a very large document. The previous architecture was 192 pages, and it's approximately 9 years old right now. So that board will help develop that new document, which is how we will evaluate the validity of architecture within IT.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none, welcome aboard and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to round us out with a few just quick updates. And again, most of this is based on stuff we talked about last month, but just trying to let you know where we are. First and foremost, if you remember, we've been talking basically almost for the last year, but over the last 2 meetings, I brought to you the IT reporting definitions and the change in that definition, moving away from the dollar amount to that risk base. We shared the red line versions with you last month. And so just letting you know that again, if there's any additional feedback, we received a few items, but if there's any additional feedback, please let us know. We have taken that to ITEC, gotten ITEC's feedback. We've been working across various entities. So we really are hoping that we'll be looking for a sponsor to help us take that forward this legislative session, and we welcome any support from this group to be able to do so. The other thing that we provided to ITEC earlier this week are the changes in the policy. So once the statute changes are made, there are additional ripples in terms of the changes in the policies and then the changes in the actual procedures as to how to implement. So we started to share some of the red line of the changes in the policies if the changes that have been outlined in the statute happen. So, we're still kind of stair-stepping it, but just giving you that update that we will be looking for that sponsorship to be able to move that forward, and looking, would welcome the opportunity from this group for that support.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at that, the program, or the programs, the systems that we're looking at right now, that we get our quarterly information on, looking at those particular ones that are under production, I guess, would all of them fit under the new system, I guess, that you're wanting to do? And then are there others that would have come into it, or some of the ones that are in what we're looking at now? What's that percentage was that kind of looking like?
In most cases, what we've identified is pretty much what you would see now and you would continue to see, right? Part of it is because of their dollar amount, which would help push them into that higher risk category. But there will be others, remembering that this risk definition helps to grab things that maybe the cost is not the biggest factor, but there are other business risks that push it into a risk category. So there would be additional that would come into. And what we're trying to do on both sides, both from an internal, but also from your viewing perspective, is as we move to this, we'll be modifying and actually we're trying to create a slightly different system so that you would be able, because you'll be reviewing or being able to see a lot more at a different level with their risk classifications and why the risk is there, in a determination, right? And so that it would be a much more visible system kind of at every level. So even those that may not make even all the way to the level of that IT reporting, we actually will still now have more visibility into them, because you could actually see them and say, these are designated moderate risk. Here's that determination, and you would actually have a queue where you could see those as well. So that is part of this process, but we try to be careful, kind of the chicken and the egg, because not wanting to go too far down the process of building everything out until we know we have the statute changes and how those are laid out as those policy changes happen, and then we'll build the system to be able to map onto that, but we have some of that infrastructure laid out. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. I guess how much of that So that brings up how much of that is going to be in statute and how much of it is going to be a policy decision by the department?
So the how in terms of the mechanics of it, that will be in the ITech policies and the accompanying ITech procedures, right? The IT reporting definition that's in some of those reporting requirements is where the statute will trigger from the top, and then they will line up with the ITech policies, then saying these are the various risk levels, therefore, and this is the qualifications on those risks and things of that nature. Does that make sense?
It does. I just want to, and I know we've talked about all of this many times, but I just want to make sure that we don't get into a situation where we put in a definition or we put in a risk category type deal, and then the department could come in later. I'm not saying you, I'm saying, the department could come in later and say, well, we're going to change this. And then all of a sudden we aren't getting near as much information. They're changing the risk categories and all of that. So, well, that's not under risk. That's more what I was asking.
And that's where the ITech policies play key and critical, because the department doesn't control the ITech policies, that ITech board does, which does have both legislative as well as cabinet, non-cabinet, various branch, all that representation. And we can share kind of the markup of the ITech policies with you if that might give a little bit more.
I think that'd be good too.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary.
Any other questions? Senator Tyson?
Couple more items. Data center migration is going along. We have hit 90%. And as you know, December 31 was my goal. And I will tell you, my team has pushed and pushed and pushed. And I think they were really like, we don't think we're going to make December 31. So we are very close. This migration will end in January. There's just a reality is, when you start to move something of this size, you get all of the big pieces moved, and then you find all of the one-offs that take you a little bit longer, that have a little bit of tweaking to do. And that's where we pretty much are now, but the migration has gone well. We have hit that 90% mark. We have about 10% to go, and we're projecting we'll be done probably about mid to late January, given holidays and people being off and things of that nature, but very much on track, no major issues or concerns. And I will make sure to, even if we haven't met in the in-between, to update this group when that does get complete so that there is that awareness. We also did, as you all remember, we just upgraded our phones all across our system and our network. And a reminder to everyone, people say, well, that's the phones. But remember, our phones are basically mini computers because of how it connects to our system. We use the funding that we got last session out of that R&R, that rehab and rehabilitation, to be able to replace those phones. And so we are about at that 65% mark. So that is moving along great. Some of it has slowed us down a little bit because everybody's not in the office at this point, but recognizing people are coming back at some point. And so we do want to make sure we complete that and that they're ready to go. The other phones were out at end of life and unsupported, which creates a risk and a vulnerability.
Senator Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for all your work on this. This may not be for you, it may be for somebody else, but the printers, we have a horrible time printing in our offices. The drivers are outdated, the communication is just awful. Could somebody, sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
Alan?
That's okay. That's another one of our projects we're working to get ready for a session. Actually the printers are rolling in this week. So we're going to be replacing all the printers in the State House, those staff and legislative printers.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just a couple of more soft phones. And so one of the things that we have activated during this period of time is that need for soft phones. So soft phones allow, if you have a state laptop and basically someone is calling into your desk phone, and if you are away on that laptop, you can answer it as if you're sitting at that desk. it's exceptionally helpful, mostly like with our call center types or things of that nature. When particularly as we're working remote right now, people need that ability, but also with some of our agencies who work more remotely, if you think of like, like DCF and those being more out in the field, this capability goes far reaching just beyond the pandemic and working remotely. And so we were able to kind of jumpstart that because of the need with the pandemic. And what I will say is that it's up, it's running. We've pulled in our first round of agencies that are using it currently. We've gotten great responses. And we're in January, we'll bring in another round of agencies, but we got to bring them in kind of groups of agencies at a time. And we have a mixture of both cabinet and non-cabinet in the first group, and we'll have non-cabinet and cabinet in every group as we move forward. Every agency may not need it or it may not be their functionality, but for those that do need it, it's a very helpful technology. So, and it was something that we had, it wasn't necessarily an additional expense or something we had to add on to our existing features. We had to turn it on and we had to set up various support behind it. And that's what we did during this time period because of the demand and the need from the agencies. So just letting you know that. Our layer 2 switch upgrades. So we have actually, and this is what our network sits on, right? It is the core of what our network sits on and how it moves through the buildings and things of that nature. So and this is one of the areas, again, that we are using that R&R dollars that we received last session that help us just rehabilitate. It's like getting windows or air handlers or the roof for the building. For us, these switches are the same as us replacing the roof or adding an air handler as you would think of R&R in a traditional building. So that is going along very well. The State House was technically going to be in our phase 2, which would have been after session this year. We moved you up and have completed the State House installation because it will support your virtual State House that you're working on. So the State House is actually done. And we're finishing the last few buildings that we had in phase 1, and then we'll be moving into phase 2. This will take us about 3 years total to complete it. And part of it is because of cost and just size of being able to continuously upgrade that network. But we will be using those dollars every year to be able, if you did it in one fell swoop, it would have cost us probably about 12 to 15 million in 1 year. We're doing it piece by piece, but it's also helping us learn and get better as we move through it. So that is progressing. The last thing I will add, making sure I didn't miss any of my notes, is that, as I mentioned earlier, when we were talking about a few other things, we did leverage into the opportunity for the CRF dollars to be able to strengthen and enhance a few areas, particularly around cybersecurity. So we actually have increased our capacity in one of our main security logging tools. That logging allows you to see at any moment in time what's going on, who's coming in, any of those types of things, and increase that monitoring. We had this in place, we were using it. What I will tell you is like some of our larger agencies use it very consistently, but not everyone. And part of that was capacity, part of that is knowledge base. So we're moving it and we increased it with the intent of we need everyone using it because it is key and critical. From my smaller non-cabinet agency, if there's a concern or an issue, a system goes down, you can run those logs instantly and see what's going on. Is it something internal or is it something external that might be a threat or a vulnerability? That logging is kind of one of our very first lines of defense to see what has happened. So we have increased that. As I mentioned earlier, we invested dollars in increasing our mobile capabilities in terms of websites and our hosting capabilities. This is important. Think about how many resources and how many services we are delivering in this digital environment. Some that existed before, but many more that have come up over the last 8 months. So ensuring that environment and our tools and our resources into that environment help us be able to continue to secure that mobile delivery of various services. And then lastly, as I mentioned before, the unified endpoint management, being able to reach out to all of our devices, phone and laptops or desktops, anywhere they are, including multi-factor authentication and single sign-on in that capabilities. We have included that and rolled that out into our entire tenant. And that is something like it basically we have a set of services, and all of these things, as you can imagine, become add-on services, right? And because, again, we are an agency that are funded by fees, we would typically have to just, to add those services, you basically are increasing rates year after year after year. So we were able to shore up the licenses that we had to be able to increase these services. And over time, it brings your costs down in the long run because you have so many users on. And it will take us a while to get everyone into all of these services. But the good part is that we have them available to us now. We have agencies that are using them, particularly our larger ones. And then we will roll through, just like we're doing with cell phones or other things, as we bring other parts of the branch into these services. So with that, those are just the general updates from our last conversation.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the migration 90% done, I guess now we start looking at what now as far as the Landon facility. I would assume it's false floors, and I've never been over there but I assume it's not probably something that can just immediately become an office space.
So the OFPM, if I switch my hat to Department of Administration, their demolition plan and in bid for the demolition plan and the rebuild plan of that space goes out in January. They are hoping to start that in February and for it to be able to be occupied as early as July 1.
And that's all in the budget?
Yes, it's been part of their plan. There's no additional cost there. That is already part of OFPM because that has been on the books to be able to flip that. And then remember, once we turn it over, we start to collect a different level of rent for those that occupy. And there are a couple of agencies that are interested in that space already. And it is 2 floors of Landon. I want to say it's 7 and 8.
Oh, it is.
It is.
Great.
Yes.
Senator Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. We had talked about something a little earlier. I wanted you to be aware of. There's 2 areas, and one area is more recent as I'm trying to see through these monitors. We were looking at rules for conferees. I want to thank you for always being here and being present. But I am concerned about the security of conferees and having closed meetings. And so I will recommend at the end of this session that we have, or at the end of today's meeting, that we have a rule set going into the session of how people can be conferees, how they come in, how they go out, and what meetings can be held in that regard. And I want to make sure that you're aware that from an IT standpoint, it's important that we have your input on that. The second thing I would like to talk about specific to, and I know this isn't under your direction, it's under the direction in the interim of people saying we have to react to this. As I'm looking at all these screens, I would really like for there to be a consideration. We spent $325 million upgrading this building to not make it look like a factory. I think we're close to putting in the drop ceilings again if we get any more wiring here. I think there would be a laptop option for legislators to be able to see. So they'd be issued a laptop. It would have everything that we're seeing all over the room. It would give them the ability to do interaction and those kind of things before we start putting any more holes in the walls. I don't know what I don't expect you to have a position on it because it's not a position of yours is to do. You're doing what is being asked. But I think we need to look at options that don't cause a complete change to the aesthetics of the state capitol for a less secure system. I don't think it's as easy for any legislator. I'm a little bit younger than most, and I'll be putting on glasses to be able to see a PowerPoint slide up there. So having it on a laptop, I think, would be a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Committee, further questions? See none. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, we're running the touch behind. Next up, we have a requested IT security follow-up with the Topeka Correctional Facility, Catherine Osterhouse with Legislative Post Audit here. I believe this will probably need to be a closed session. How long do you think you'll probably need for this one? 15 minutes?
We're just talking about the sheet of rational.
Yes.
This is a redo of course again.
And so, okay, excellent. We're looking for a motion.
I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology in room 112 North of the State House be recessed for a closed executive meeting to commence immediately in room 112 North of the State House pursuant to KSA 2020 supplemental 75-4319B12C for a discussion of the security of the information systems with individuals from the Legislative Division of Post Audit, the Department of Corrections, and the Department of Administration, which subject is under consideration by the Joint Committee on Information Technology. Because open discussion would jeopardize the security information systems, the Joint Committee on Information Technology will resume the open meeting in room 112 North of the State House at 2:40. And that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and be maintained as a part of the permanent records of the committee.
So moved by Representative Hoffman, seconded by Senator Braun. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're going to clear the room for executive session. We're in an executive session.
Okay. This laptop has to be unmuted. So I think when we went into executive session, it muted. I'm not sure.
Something you can show me what to do?
Oh, absolutely, right here. It's just a simple mute.
And it needs to be,
It unmuted for,
it needs to look like this?
that's correct. Otherwise, there's no connection between the Zoom and in the
So
room.
if you leave it alone like this, it should work?
Except when I put you in the breakout rooms, it automatically mutes.
Okay, so I'll just switch it once you've
Yes.
got it.
Yep. Okay, so do we want to, what are we doing at this
We're
point?
gonna have to make a new motion to extend. We're back in open session. We're looking for a motion to extend our executive session. Representative Hoffman.
I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology in room 112 North of the State House be recessed for a closed executive meeting to pursuant immediately in room 112 North of the State House pursuant to KSA 2020 supplemental 75-4319B12C for discussion of the security of the information systems with individuals from the Legislative Post Audit, Department of Corrections, and the Department of Administrations, which subject is under consideration by the Joint Committee on Information Technology. Because open discussion would jeopardize the security of the information systems, the Joint Committee on Information Technology will resume the open meeting in room 112 North of the State House at 3 o'clock, and that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and be maintained as a part of the permanent records of the committee.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Collins. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. We finish clearing the room and we'll be back into open session. Or executive.
That idea's been looked at. It is.
We're now back into, committee, we're now back into open session. Catherine, how long do you think on this one?
I was wrong before, so I need to change.
It's fine, we can extend, but we don't want to go too long.
I say 15 minutes.
Sounds like a winner. Do you have the, looking for a motion for the executive session on the Board of Healing Arts?
I move the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology in room 112 North of the State House be recessed for a closed executive meeting and to commence immediately in room 112 North of the State House pursuant to KSA 2020 Supplemental 75-4319B12C for a discussion security of information systems with individuals from the Legislative Division of Post Audit, the Board of Healing Arts, and the Department of Administration, with which subject is under consideration by the Joint Committee on Information Technology, because open discussion would jeopardize the security of the information systems. That the Joint Committee on Information Technology resume the open meeting in room 112 North of the State House at 3:15, and that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and be maintained as a part of the permanent record of the committee.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Okay.
We have multiple seconds. I don't know who is first.
Pick one.
Representative Curtis got the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Let's clear the room and prepare for executive session. We're back in open session. We finished that up. Catherine, there will be a follow-up. You just still do your standard 12-month follow-up on all these audits?
Yes, the follow-up is what we call a desk audit. So we don't go in and we don't look at documentation. We essentially ask the agency to certify what they've done and give us kind of a verbal, if you will, on their stance. So it's not a full-blown audit. I want to make that clear. But we do get kind of a case in point. Here's where you are 12 months later.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, committee, next up, we have the IT security audit for the Kansas State University. I believe we'll have to get a motion to bring this one into executive, is that correct? How long, or is, you had a good guess last time.
15 minutes again.
Let's go for 15 minutes.
I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology in room 112 North, the State House, be recessed for a closed executive meeting to commence immediately in room 112 North of the State House pursuant to KSA 2020 Supplemental 75-4319B12C for a discussion of the security of the information systems with individuals from the legislative post-audit, Kansas State University, and the Board of Regents, with subject is under consideration by the Joint Committee on Information Technology, because open discussion would jeopardize the security of the information systems. The Joint Committee of Information Technology will resume the open meeting in room 112 North of the State House at 3:35, and that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and be maintained as a part of the permanent record of the committee.
Heard the motion, do we have a second? Seconded by Senator Braun for discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. We'll now go to clear the room and go to the executive session.
Oh, I know, he's awesome. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. So if I can help in that communication, I'll be glad to. I just, it's gotta be a priority. Okay. You guys visit, I got more agencies you can have me go with. You may not want to do that though. Yeah, well, thank you. Hang in there.
Thank you.
Oh, you missed out.
Catherine, how long do you think this next one is?
10.
10 minutes, okay. Okay, we're back in order in open session. I need a motion to go into executive session for the Capers system.
I move, as Representative Pittman, I move from that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology in room 112 north of the State House be recessed for a closed executive meeting to commence immediately in room 112 north of the State House pursuant to KSA 2020 Supplemental 75-4319 B12C for a discussion of the security of the information systems with individuals from the Legislative Division of Post Audit and the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, which subject is under consideration by the Joint Committee on Information Technology because open discussion would jeopardize the security of the information systems, that the Joint Committee on Information Technology resume the open meeting in room 112 of the State House at 3:50 p.m. and that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and be maintained as a part of the current records of the committee.
Have a motion? Have a motion, is there a second? Second by Representative Francisco. All those in favor say aye. Motion passes. We are now going to transition into executive session.
3:50, we probably need to keep moving. Turn our attention to the next thing on the agenda. That is the security audit of Siemens School District. I believe this will also need to be a executive session. How long are we guessing on this one?
15.
15. Do we have the motion? Looking for a motion to move to executive session.
I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology in room 112 North of the State House be recessed for a closed executive meeting to commence immediately in room 112 North of the State House pursuant to KSA 2020 Supplemental 75-4319 B12C for discussion of the security of the information systems with individuals from the Legislative Division of Post Audit and Siemens School District, which subject is under consideration by the Joint Committee on Information Technology because open discussion would jeopardize the security of the information systems. That the Joint Committee on Information Technology resume the open meeting in room 112 North of the State House at 4:05, and that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and be maintained as a part of the permanent record of the committee.
Heard the motion, do we have a second? Second by Representative Pittman, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're now in executive session. We'll give a moment to clear the room and set up the breakout room.
Have a good one.
We're back in open session. It looks like it on the screen. I believe Senator Francisco had a question that can be asked in open session.
And after you hear it, please tell them not to answer if it cannot. But I was pleased to hear that this audit was a good process for your school district, but it may not be possible for legislative post audit to do that same kind of thing. Do you have any other ideas about how we might share this information about security concerns with other schools and districts?
Thank you for the question, Senator Francisco. One of the things that we think needs to happen is that this conversation needs to be taken to the State Department of Education. And I've mentioned earlier in the previous committee meeting that SEMA would be willing participants at that table to help sort of facilitate or be a part of that discussion and share with what we've learned. And I just have to believe we're probably not unique in how our report looks to you. And so we would be part of that conversation. And then from there, hopefully we can get some standards and some trainings put in place and some expectations for school districts across the state. That might be a way to look at it.
Thank you. Thank you for stepping.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you taking the time to show up in person and participating in the audit.
Follow-up question.
Oh, open meeting question from Representative Hubert.
Thank you. Hey, I just wanted to follow up when you talked about going to the State Board of Education. What are the current policies that the State Board has in regards to these types of questions and the types of processes that you went through in this audit?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, you asked how we would approach the State Board about this?
Well, and also, does the State Board already do anything in regards to working with school districts in regards to these types of IT questions and the issues you are dealing with in the audit?
Not to my knowledge as much, no, they haven't. It very likely will start with smaller group conversations and not so much at a formal State Board meeting, but I think there needs to be a lot of behind the scenes conversations to come up with a plan that can then be presented and discussed at the State Board level. So to me, that's how I see this sort of unfolding, is a group of us coming together and start talking about what we need to do with school districts.
You might just talk with Randy Watson and see if he concurs with that and see if he has thoughts that might differ with that. Thank you.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Okay, committee. You know, this is our last meeting of the year, we hope. And it looks like we need to work on some discussion and recommendations. Who wants to lead us off? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is something that we sort of started to work on last year, was that, you know, we see that we see these projects come to us when after they've already been, the RFP's already gone out, and actually most of them have already started. And then we get basically just, you know, that this is what's happening with them. This is whether they are on budget or not budget, on time, you know, whatever. We get those quarterly reports. I would like to see us again try this year, and I will probably try to get a bill started as soon as we get done. But I'd like to see us put in our recommendation that the Joint Committee on Information Technology is changed to be more of a committee like the building committee, where we see these projects before they are started, and we can work along with the administration in their new you know, if that's the direction we want to go, where we put the risk in there, so that we don't see every, you know, if an agency wants to buy a couple of computers, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about these programs that are at risk, you know, that are a lot of risk. And so I'd like to see us do that. That will require change in the statute, probably require us to meet more often, like the board or the building committee does. So, but I do think that we have seen this over and over and over again, where we look at these reports, and I would like to see us have more of a teeth. I know we can't say to them, no, you can't do that, you know, but we can certainly give them, you know, say, we are not comfortable with this. We'd like for you to, you know, look at some other ways. So anyway, that's a recommendation. I've got specific language that I can bring up to give to them as far as, should have found that before I said anything, but you can go ahead and, as I look for the information, others may talk if they want. Yes.
I think the representative brings a really great idea, more oversight, but I want to make sure that we don't pretend to be the experts on all things IT. We need to look at the expert recommendations that come to us inside of a framework of risk impact, as well as the overall architecture put forth by folks that are looking at these things, and then give constructive feedback, maybe be a stopgate if we find there's too much risk. You know, maybe we do say no, or say go back to the drawing board and give us some other options here, and not just be an impediment. And I don't think that's what you're talking about, but I think you're talking about making sure we as a state are moving forward in a smart way with our eyes wide open, right? Is that fair?
Right, yeah, that's fair. And I believe, even, I've looked at this several times, as the legislature, we cannot tell the administration that they can't necessarily do something, but, and that's where a majority of it, you know, it's cabinet level. But we can certainly, just like with the building committee, we can say, look, we're a little concerned about this. We want you to go back to the drawing board, or here's some issues that we think need to be looked at. So I do have just real quickly before someone else, relevant state laws should be modified to require state agencies to submit technology plans to the Joint Committee on Information Technology prior to any technology-related requests for proposals being issued by the state agencies, much like the building committee.
Senator Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to your point, Representative, that you can't tell them they can't do something, but you can tell them you won't pay for something.
Exactly right.
So it is, you do decide parameters of that that you don't necessarily want to define, but yeah, within things like we saw in the case of the college, when it starts at a few million and goes to over 10 million, that is something you could say, yeah, we're not going to. Having knowledge of the cost in the front side and saying this is the scope and then tracking it I think is a powerful way to do business. So I very much support what you're asking for. I have other recommendations unless somebody wants to continue on that particular subject. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Francisco, do you have comments on this one?
I do. I serve on the Joint Committee on State Building Construction. And so we do have some parameters in terms of size of projects or size of the change order. And I think those are helpful in moving things along. So again, we're not looking at every change order once a project's been adopted, but there are those limits, and I'd be happy to sort of review some of that and work with Representative Hoffman to see if there. I think it's an interesting idea to mirror the committee. So something more though to think about right now. I'm not sure I'm ready to detail those proposals right now.
Secretary Wallace is working on the parameters for the risk you haven't been here at the prior meetings, he's working on to change instead of just a $250,000 threshold, look at the risk of what it does. We're not looking at everything. Make it more, that would be beneficial. Further discussion on this recommendation? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Respectfully, it was a great suggestion, Representative Hoffman. I would ask that the legislators understand that we do direct the administration through statute and rules and regs. They set up the rules and regs, but we give them, they are not supposed to have projects outside of what's defined in statutes. And I think we've got a runaway government in a lot of ways because people don't realize that. We establish them, we set their boundaries. And so I would ask also that you would consider in the proposal, if it's a great idea, that sole sourced projects or RFQs be included, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have agreement on that being one of our recommendations for something for us to look at in our report? Representative Pittman.
I think there's some details still to be worked out on it. I don't think we should put the exact specifications of what the statute should be without looking through it. I don't feel comfortable agreeing to this. If you have you said you have some language. I'd rather.
There's language for recommendation. It was recommended we look at that.
I'm just not really ready to say here's what the limits are and here's what this is and this is all. We don't have all that lined out.
That would have to be in statute.
The recommendation.
Yeah. Go ahead, Representative Cruz.
So the recommendation is basically just to give it further consideration, to take a further, deeper look at it.
Yes.
Possible.
We're putting the report out for the legislators to look at. Further comments? Moving on to other recommendations, Senator Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I put together some notes, and I know the chairman, I had copied you on these earlier, but I will send these on to Stephen so that he doesn't, so that he's not typing, so you'll be able to get my notes, but then addendum with the other members. And it was before this meeting, I said, I'm requesting confirmation by list of each conferee. When we originally got the notice, it said it may be closed, may not be closed. I want to know the ones that are going to appear in person, those are appearing via Zoom. I want a confirmation of the sessions, which sessions will be closed, so that we kind of have a policy going forward. We don't have security, I think, around Zoom. I think WebEx may have some security on it, that they're looking at a WebEx solution. But it's a failure on our part as a joint committee on IT to say we're going to do things that are in Zoom, and that we're then calling agencies in and saying, we're going to check your compliance with security. It seems very interesting to me that we would do that. And so for closed sessions, what I'm asking is that there be some type of committee before the regular session. For closed sessions, I'd make a formal request that they only be conducted for a closed session live and not by video and audio and these external sources. In addition to the closed sessions, we've had some problems in the interim, and maybe it's just because of the interim, getting the conferee that you need for the meeting. People in this interim session, not only in this committee, but other committees, have sent underlings and not come present themselves. And so if nothing else, we need a policy that says, if you're going to call someone in, if we have to have the person, one of the statutes is that the person who's responsible, the executive that's responsible for IT, is actually directly in line and directly reporting to the head of the agency. And yet we don't enforce that person even be present to give a report in regard to the agency, right? You can see that the intent there was that you would have a hired person that was responsible, and the responsible person, as we saw in an appointment letter today, should be sitting in this room. That's the importance of it. So what I look to have, we're kind of in this COVID situation. We're in a situation where we've kind of relaxed our standards at a time we maybe should raise them. We're asking questions of people that aren't at the top level of the organization. And I think we've heard several times from agencies, oh, well, we have a policy against appearing live, or we have a policy, and it's okay. We've also heard from agencies, this person's sick, or this person is at high risk. I don't want to put anybody at risk, but at the same time, someone's got to show up and meet that responsibility. So I think we need rules going into the session before this turns into, the whole session turns into a big Zoom where agencies can come on the screen for 30 minutes and say, I can take a beating for 30 minutes and turn my screen off, and the legislature doesn't have influence. I'm worried that I am worried that those conferees that early in the session don't come in and join, and we don't make a contact with them that's meaningful, where we spend 15 minutes each one of these trying to get well, my meat was on, well, this was on. That's just not going to work. So with that, I would say we need to have a set of rules that the House and the Senate agree on deliberations, as we had talked about a little bit earlier. I also have concerns that as a legislative committee, when we have people that are on video, given that they are on video, that they don't have their camera on, or they're not engaged. They're not engaging in the seriousness of the conversation. I know that we even get distracted within the room, but making sure that if someone is in the room, that their video is on and that I can see their face, so I know what they're focused on. I guess it's a Brady Bunch mode or whatever the mode is, to be able to see everybody in the room so we know who's in there. When I see on a conference call, even for my regular job, the phone number and I don't know who it is, you need to find out who that person is, because we don't want people in that room that you don't know who they are. So by having their face up there and having them there would be helpful. I think we, in some ways, if we allow this to go forward, we're shirking our responsibility to have oversight. So we need to have a policy that everybody agrees to, and let the administrative agencies know this is the legislative policy on how you will report and how we will interact. And if you can't make it, we'll just move you to the next meeting. But we either need you here, and here's the parameters, and they're going to be across the board. And then, of course, the second thing that I would recommend is before we put holes in every wall with routers and new wireless and fill the place with IT, which is great, that we consider just a laptop option where every legislator's issued a laptop that has all the requirements to be able to see the slides, to see the people. So if someone is remote, that it's sitting in front of them rather than filling the whole room. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have those in notes that I'll send you, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you. The only thing on the last issue, that's done. I mean, what you see here, except for the cameras that are not up, it's already been authorized by the LCC. It's paid for. The camera, it's done. I mean, I guess. Now, I understand if you need additional, but every committee room is going to look like this. That decision has already been made.
Alan,
No, not with these, just the big ones.
Alan, do you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. I want to make sure everybody understands that the monitors in front of you, that's the temporary solution we have. That's not part of the new system. It's the large monitors that are mounted to the wall is the new system, and we'll be using those cameras. And all of this equipment in the middle of the floor goes away. That's one of the requirements of the project, is make sure we're not blocking views in the room like we've got today. So I just want to make sure that was clarified.
Mr. Chairman. So Alan, for the cameras, here's the challenge. Where is the camera that is going to zoom in on me when I'm asking a remote conferee a question?
So the way we'll have the system set up, that when the microphones are unmuted, there'll be a camera. See where that blue tape is up there? There'll be a camera there that will focus in on that area. It's not going to be a tight shot, but it'll be an area shot. As people move around, we don't want to have to do fine adjustments. But it'll be based on the selection of the microphones.
Okay. It would just seem that having your camera that would point right to you, so you'd be interacting, would be a better answer. But and I take it that this stuff has been purchased. I've made a lot of bad purchases in my life too that I've returned and decided not to install in my house. But and I can understand from a security standpoint saying if we're going to have a secure meeting, let's set up a couple of rooms in the Capitol that are for secure meetings and say those are the ones. But to say that we're going to and I'm having done instruction for many years in a room where we put monitors up that no one could read the slides on, that no one could really see the face very well on. That's not a very good answer. As a matter of fact, it's a waste of state money. To be quite frank, that's a waste, and it's putting a hole in the wall, and it's busy work to compensate for a temporary COVID situation. And so I think whatever is happening now, although I obviously am being overridden, but I don't think it's a productive way to do business. I don't think it's effective. If we lined up every senator that's currently elected and said, I want you to read an eye chart on that from this distance, we'd all fail, right? Or I should say most of us would fail. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll just say that you're very well might be right, and I'm not sure that was even thought about, as having the individual. I will say that it's federal money, it's not state money, and that doesn't really matter. It's all. I know it's all taxpayer money. I'm not. Well, it doesn't. It's all taxpayer money. I'm just. But I will just say that it probably isn't the only decision that we made during 2020 that we will look back on that maybe and say, why did we do that? So I can think of several others that have been made that I'm, think was. But really, I mean, for us, I'm just saying, I don't think that's probably something we need to put in because the monitors are up and most of the committee rooms are already up. Everything is in place to be done by session start.
There's a challenge that once you put those cameras in, there's an expectation that everybody can conferee by distance. That's the challenge is the legislature will lose influence with conferees and with others when you do that. And I understand in select areas, but you're like, well, the cameras are there anyway. Why can't we just do everything remote? And then we can all be in our jammies at home running the state.
Right, and
if you think we're going to run them effectively, and that we're not you, I'm not picking on you, but I'm saying that people think that can be done effectively. Okay, I just don't agree.
Right, and I understand that, and I agree that we need policy in place. I'm just saying, as far as the monitors are there. I mean, they're going to be there. So yeah, well, that would take way more than us to do that.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think part of my question is these seem to be rules for the entire legislature rather than for the committee. And so the committee, though, could comment, because we're going to be so reliant on technology, to say, here's our experience, here's what we're suggesting, here are some of our recommendations. And I think, I'm not speaking for myself, I'm speaking for many of the other people in the room who really have that knowledge that could be helpful. I think one of the things that Senator Braun mentioned, if not at least earlier, was the importance of these closed meetings and how those should be handled, because that really is a very different thing. And then, just because I'll be done probably at the end of this, I will say, if we ask people to come in person during a pandemic, when there is a mask order issued in the county, then we should be willing ourselves as committee members to wear masks if we're going to require people to come in person to speak with us. And I just think that's a matter of respect for conferees. So.
Further recommendations or comments? Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to make a note that we do get issued laptops that we can use, and we always have been able to use to view online materials. We all have them, we can bring them. We've got these great network things that we pay a lot of money for, probably overly charged by the administration to use these. So we've had this for a long time. I do think though that, well, I don't feel comfortable as a committee recommending that we would back out on this virtual State House. I think that from what I've heard from folks that are stakeholders here in the Capitol proceedings that, and we've had initiatives in the past, say 4 years, where we've recommended having visuals and cameras inside the committee rooms. And it's about transparency. It's about having people hear and see what's going on and engaging with the government. So as a technology committee, I am on the opposite side of that and saying, well, we should be encouraging technology, coexisting with the traditional aesthetics, of course. And I do appreciate that, but the real thing here is transparency in government and what the proceedings are. So I don't think we need to, I don't feel comfortable making a recommendation to eliminate the TVs or thinking of those as a bad investment. The second piece would be closed meetings are separate from regular proceedings, and we can treat those differently. And I'm willing to make a recommendation. Obviously, we all can decide on that our individual selves, but on that point, we do need to make sure those are secure, one way or the other, whether it's having people here in person or having the same security levels that, say, the military uses. I don't know. Maybe there's something more that we need to do there, but we as a committee probably should make a recommendation that any kind of closed proceedings should be absolutely sure that we have those things secure. And I'm not sure if that's only in person or some kind of, double check on the security. Otherwise, I see no issue with having remote conferees, and I think that it actually it can help us get more people in here that we want to talk to, and I find it to be very successful in my opinion. So I'm not really comfortable saying that we should recommend rules for the whole legislature to adopt to say everybody needs to be in person. I think we've made an investment as a technology firm, the legislature in this technology to have more discourse for more transparency. And as a technology committee, we should be looking at how do we advance this, but in a way that's comfortable to us. And so rather than rejecting it, look at how we can improve it. And so I just don't want to come off as being rejecting. I don't want to make any recommendations that reject the use of technology to make ourselves more successful. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would recommend that we do want transparency, absolutely. But these monitors are invasive in the architecture of the building, and with the technology that is available, we can take advantage of that through our laptops and other means. I do appreciate Senator Braun's comments. I also would like us to consider one of the items that he brought up, maybe each body make a deliberative decision as to how they handle the conferees. And then the House and Senate joint committee rules can be agreed upon as a deliberative body in discussing and deciding how we go forward. But I do think we need to recommend that we do not damage the beauty of this building. We do need transparency, and I strongly recommend that we stop using Zoom. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think the recommendation that we move forward and have that each chamber come up with guidelines for conferees needs to happen. I would hope that the new leadership is working on that as we speak. I don't know that for a fact, but I would hope that that was happening. I mean, there's a lot of stuff with remote conferees. At least two people in this room have served on committees that have had electronic committees before, where testimony was presented ahead of time electronically, and we allowed other people, Senator Francisco and myself, or who I know for sure that have served on those committees, they actually did an experiment and had 4 different sets of rules for 4 different committees, and they were going to combine them and see how it would work. Some things worked well, some things caused issues, but that was the ability to have the monitors for the audience to see what's being presented. I think the people sitting in the audience should be able to see what's being presented. If it's presented electronically on their laptop, they should be seeing the same thing. That though, we do need to have a recommendation that our leadership somehow get together and get some rules around what we're gonna set. Executive sessions, we need to tighten this down. This is crazy. We had a microphone issue. I know it's just a microphone, but it could have been crosstalk on the cabling. We didn't know that, And then one concrete today, and I saw a slide pop up that came up ahead of time on it. Came out of a different presentation. We need to get a handle on that. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should have been clear. The reason I don't want to use Zoom is because of the security issues. I prefer WebEx as a platform, so just so that we recommend a secure platform.
So Stephen, President Pittman.
I would like to make a recommendation about, somehow recommending that the administration continue to expand their focus, or at least formalize and continue and follow through on their fraud prevention efforts. I was very impressed with some of the frameworks we heard inside of our executive session with the Department of Labor, and I think we should recommend that they keep pursuing that. I don't know if that may be something that maybe that's redundant, but I think this committee has reviewed some things. We understand that it's an issue, and that we should, that they should continue to expand their efforts and then bring those learnings out into the broader administration to understand how we can continue to fight fraud across the state. So I'd like that to be one of our recommendations. I know it's not very solid, but
It seems a lot of head nods on that one. As we go back to the bronze discussion, Stephen, did you come up with anything to simplify that down we should recommend the legislature look at both bodies?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
That's fine. James?
Yes, Senator. James Fisher, Legislative Research. Just for clarification on that, I can make that a single paragraph, but I recorded it as about 5 separate recommendations. But what it essentially boils down to would be that the committee would recommend that legislative leadership take a look at or propose guidelines or rules for conferees in committee, and also for the conduction of closed session within the legislature. I wasn't sure if you wanted to have that be each body or the joint rules for that, though. If I could get some clarifications on that, I would appreciate it. I'm getting some microphone feedback.
We need to adopt. Did you get that, James?
I did not. All I caught was committee adopt was the only phrase I could hear.
The DC United may not just propose rules, but actually adopt rules regarding those issues in the state. So,
this it's not just committee, it's not. I think we need to have some. But that can be a right.
James, you want to read through that again? James, you want to read through that again on that proposal?
I was not able to catch what was said just now. What I typically will do is I will write up a list of recommendations and send them out in draft format to the committee for review, if that's helpful. Was there another proposal that was said?
How do we avoid serial meetings if you all want to comment on that?
It would be BCC and you respond to me directly with no response to the other members. It's similar to how I send the agenda out. You're not CC'd together, you're in my blind copy. And therefore, when you hit reply, you're only replying to me or anyone else in the to or regular CC fields.
Senator Tyson. I don't believe so.
We're in concurrence that we recommended to each chamber to look at these as guidelines, and there's just a debate about whether we should propose they adopt things for both chambers or have guidelines that are proposed. I think that's the point of contention, and we could probably figure that out in a minute or two. Vote. I mean, I don't know if I've summarized it, but I think that's fair, isn't it? Whether we adopt or we just propose guidelines.
I was hoping to get James to repeat his paragraph there with the adopt added on and see if that's something that we would want to add to our recommendations. You catch that, James?
Everything that's coming out of the speakers is muffled. I'm not sure if you're having the microphones turned on or not, and I'm just catching the podium mic, but everything is relatively muffled.
Testing 1, 2, 3. You read us a statement a little while ago, and we talked about changing them for adopting.
Mm-hmm.
Would you reread that statement, please? We're looking for something that we can vote on to include in our recommendations.
Sure. Let me get to my notes here 1 second. The committee would recommend adoption of rules for conduction of committee meetings over a virtual platform. And that the committee, as a separate recommendation, the committee would recommend adoption of rules for conduction of closed session. I can add specifics requested by Senator Braun in there if you would like, relating to have them physically present or not. I can also add specifics if you would like to go ahead and either have each committee adopt, or I'm sorry, each chamber adopt separate rules or adopt joint rules, or both.
I think the adoption of making sure that the executive sessions are secure, and then we would recommend that they have them appear in person, would be important in the executive sessions or in the closed sessions. And the first statement, I think we could leave general. I'm going to have to see if the committee agrees on that. Do we have any head nods on that? Senator Braun.
Mr. Chairman, if there is no better example of what I'm talking about, it's the conversation we're having right now remotely. I think the goal of having a conferee, the point of having someone appointed in IT to be the person that is the point person in the department. If the executive from the department, the secretary, can't show up, having the person who is by statute the person who's connected in the room, I think that's important. Having the conferee live is the goal when you're dealing with any closed meeting. Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
That answers my question on the executive session portion, that we have someone who can answer, the person who is responsible be present. Is that what we're getting at for executive session? Yeah, I think for the executive session, if you can come up with something along those lines, we have that down, and then the general one to ask for adoption of rules on the other one. For the general, Senator Francisco.
If we're asking that the conferee be here in person, is it also important that the committee members be here in person? I don't want to have everyone on WebEx and have someone come to a meeting.
For executive session, I think that's a very valid point. Representative Curtis.
That can be during the executive session. Or for instance, today, those that are remote participating in open part of the meeting, those that are here
would be here for executive session. Those that are remote then would not participate when we would go into a closed session, but they could participate in the open session. You would have to be physically present to participate. I just want to be sure I got
We
it.
wouldn't be making the exact rules, we're just requesting someone to look into that, but that is the direction that we're heading.
I'm good with that.
Senator Francisco.
I also think that makes sense because any materials that were given cannot be shared in any other way. So you gotta be here to look at the output.
I think we have a little consensus on that. If Stephen and James can boil those 2 points down. Senator Braun, did you have another piece in your recommendations? Trying to recall reading that email the other evening.
So that was on it was on the security piece and just saying that that would address it. So it would take it off the table that when you were having a meeting, it wasn't in a Zoom.
Okay. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've experienced today how we should convey that, yes, we do want transparency. We're working toward that, but we may have, if we are not careful, we could restrict the business of the body during committee meetings during session. So I think we need a recommendation on that we are working towards it as a goal, but we would not hold up a committee meeting if for some reason the technology is not available. This would be disastrous if we had, I mean, I don't know what your resources are, but if we had full committees in the building and not have availability of the technology staff to move us forward, we could lose the complete day for the hearing for committees. So I just think we need to be careful on our restrictions on the rules going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Braun.
Thank you, Senator. When I look at the job that in the interim that this team has done, it has been spectacular. I mean, she is running 2 or 3 meetings and making sure that she keeps the security and separate. That is another reason. Unless we are going to staff them for relief, there is no way they can conduct physically the fantastic IT bill we have. There's no way they're going to be able to conduct a business unless we have a set of rules that lay this out and say, this is a conferees. There's another portion of this, the conferees, if they're in person, they're not doing this other IT stuff. And so unless you're going to staff an IT person specifically doing what she's doing for every 2 rooms, which is barely reasonable as it is, we're not going to be able to conduct the session, and we're going to find that out later. So that's when I say that there needs to be a committee, there needs to be people that meet and lay these out and have these conversations with our IT people, have them with Secretary Burns Wallace, have them with the leadership for both the House and the Senate, and agree on what that's going to look like. I think we're going to have a real problem because we're barely sufficient right here, having every resource available in the building to us with one of our members remote.
Yes, and included in that, I know that's details that they would be working out. We would want to make sure that the legislative seat is involved in that as well. In those discussions, but we need to have those discussions made so that our leadership can come up with some guidelines and rules.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend a date before session to say that needs to be done, whether you develop a committee or whatever you do. It's just going into the first day of session and not having any of this resolved. Albeit it won't impact me. It's going to be, it's not going to be good.
Recommend the leadership have the guidelines in place before session.
Absolutely.
Will our report be out before session?
Yeah, so that's what the rules are, the rules are in place.
There we go. Representative.
Mr. Chair, I think we're overreaching our bounds if we require certain individuals to be, if we make a recommendation, we're talking about having the legislature say that every closed meeting that the person responsible needs to be in person. We're a little, I mean, that's up to us as a chair committee to enforce that, I think, and I don't know if we need to have rules in place like that as a recommendation. We're totally comfortable with the in-person piece, but I don't think we need to specify who needs to be in person per se. I think that's overreaching from a rules perspective about what we'd be specifying. The chairs can take care of that business. And I feel like we've talked to the Chief Information Technology Officer of the legislature, and they seem like they've got a plan for how to staff these meetings. I think it's a great idea to have these recommend that we have a plan in place, but not overly restrict or make assumptions that aren't necessarily the situation, and have the CETO involved with legislative leadership to come up with some committee recommendations for sure. Policies, absolutely, but we don't need to be so specific or make assumptions that may or may not be the case.
Any further recommendations? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize because I'm dependent on technology, so I'm going to go pick up my laptop computer before they close at 5 so that I can get it. But I would ask that this committee consider a recommendation regarding school district security and either to the legislature or ask that we talk with the State Board of Education. And I shall return.
I think maybe we do need to make a request to the Department of Education, set some guidelines down for security for the schools, provide some parameters for security training for employees and absolutely. I don't know if James got that, but I think Stephen did. Any further recommendations? Representative Curtis.
I just want to make sure that we don't lose track of the recommendations that Secretary Burns Wallace had brought to us. She brought us, a draft. I just want to make sure, I know we talked about it last time. I just want to make sure that are we introducing this? Who is?
I don't think we're introducing the legislation. She's going to do that during session.
Okay.
But I believe in our prior recommendations, we recommended that they look at that, looking at changing those risk assessments, and that was the reason she came back to present that last time. I believe we did that at the last meeting, maybe talked a lot, been in several different meetings dealing with IT, so it's hard to keep them all straight.
Yes, I couldn't recall if we had brought closure to that. So I imagine once that is introduced, then Mr. Chairman, then we will be supportive of the recommended changes.
I don't think we would, and I assume we'll probably have a meeting fairly quickly after we come back into session and move forward, and then we can discuss that, maybe a lunch hour meeting. Representative Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also recommend that this committee put in the report that the departments and agencies make security a priority and their IT staff. I know that there was an effort in the state to start bringing state employees up to comparable pay to private industry. And I would support that we continue that effort, especially with our IT staff, in order to get us up to speed as to where we are. I know that's a big financial, we can't blame all of this on money, but we do need to understand the management and make sure that we have good people in place. And I think we do have some good people, and we need to make sure that we keep some consistency throughout the agencies and departments.
So your short recommendation is make security a priority and
to continue the review of the public the salary. I wasn't involved in that in the legislature. That was before I was elected, where the state employee salaries, they were taking a look at that. Are you familiar with that?
I remember the study.
Okay, so that we get back on track with that.
See, no real objections. Any further recommendations?
the fraud recommendation that I put out there and into the minutes for the recommendation.
Steven, did we get the one with the fraud? I seemed I saw a lot of head nods.
For just to double check, it is to recommend that the Department of Labor continue to expand their efforts to combat fraud across the state. Is there an additional component to that?
Yeah, and then the administration to take those guidelines and work closely with the Attorney General to kind of come up with a better fraud strategy, fraud prevention, a more comprehensive fraud strategy that they seem to be on the forefront of.
Any further comments on that recommendation? Moving forward there. Other recommendations? That's school recommendation. What was that? Representative Hoffman?
Well, just a question, Mr. Chairman. Representative Hoffman's was an excellent suggestion. Should we go a step further as to requesting a standing committee or committee throughout during session? It's just a question for the committee. Standing could be joint or could be both.
You want to rephrase that?
What do we want? We certainly don't want to lose it when, you know.
Right,
So we want to make sure that we almost want both. Well, that's no. It's almost, I think it's two different.
Maybe we need to recommend that the chambers have committees to look into the IT situation of our state.
There you go.
Security, security.
I think it's two different things.
It's two different things. One of them's dollars and one of them's protecting our citizens.
But I mean, we want to make sure that if we have a standing committee, that when, right, we don't want to, we want to make sure that
We don't wanna
oversight
overlap.
continues. I think that the two go in hand. For one thing,
So rephrase this.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, maybe we build off of what Representative Hoffman said and just make the joint committee meet weekly during session. It would be a burden for the committee members, but I feel like the Department of Labor and other entities need to be reporting to us at least weekly as to the status of where we're at on the systems.
I don't know if we meet weekly, but I like the idea of them reporting. We may need to meet at least monthly. Representative Pittman and Representative and Senator Braun.
Change from Representative Hoffman's recommendation to making, the oversight committee meet more monthly and have a deeper and mirror the building construction committee. And then I'd like a separate recommendation that we, both chambers, consider a standing committee to look at technology and security. I'd just like it to be a separate recommendation. Do an independent investigation into technologies and such and how it's used inside
Representative Curtis.
I'll just add a few words of support for standing or for having a committee in each chamber that is looking at information technology. We know that's going to be an important issue going forward. There are things that we're looking at now that are more, here and now and protecting the system and what we need to do, but we also need committees to be looking forward and to be looking at what do we need to be doing, what are the policies that we need to align so that we're in position to take advantage of whatever comes our way in 5 years and 10 years. And we don't have anybody looking at that, and this committee doesn't look at that. So I would see those other committees looking at the here and now, yes, some of what we look at, and not quite the oversight, but really looking more about making those future investments and how we align systems and more forward thinking. And we just know technology is going to be more a part of our life, so it doesn't make any sense that we don't have committees in the House and Senate that are looking at those issues, even in innovation.
We're saying a standalone recommendation that the, both chambers have a committee looking at information technology and security as our state progresses, or some just basic. Senator Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not opposed to that philosophy, but we need to think about, all the people that we call into this committee have full-time jobs too. And so if we, the only reason I would gear toward really like this joint, because I think if this joint committee met more often, we would get the answers that you're looking for. I think it'd be a challenge. We all have experienced where we see the same presentation in 3 different committees we're on. And from a productivity standpoint, for the agency to come over and say, I'm going to do the Senate committee meeting on IT, then I'm going to do the other one. And really, the back and forth we've had with the Senate members and the House members has been incredibly helpful to expand our thoughts on, okay, what's possible. So I gear toward the joint being more often, maybe not weekly, but if you had these committees and they were a standing committee and they were weekly, and the Department of Labor had to report for come in for an hour here, and then across the hall, and then to Ways and Means, and then to all the others. So it may be a good idea, as well as this committee works, to have a joint committee that has more of a standing, that meets through the session, rather than reporting everything twice. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Curtis, completely support what your vision is. I just, those are questions that if I were in the Department of Labor and going across the hall for the exact same thing for different questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. I think the purpose would be different. We wouldn't expect report outs. I think that when we look at the Joint Security Committee and the Joint Technology Committee, as well as the Post Audit Committee, there is a lot of redundancy in terms of the security reviews, cybersecurity reviews. If I were to be frank, I would make a recommendation. If I were if I could just do it, I'd say we need to look at consolidating some of the subject matters so that we avoid that report out redundancy across those committees, and then have deeper dives on certain technology fronts inside of the Senate and House. But that's just the way I would think about things.
Representative Curtis.
I just think it's a good idea that we have people in the body that is developing some expertise in these issues. And I feel that the time between when we meet, I have to refresh a lot. So I just think having, people who are looking at it on a regular basis, and I could go either way, honestly. With each chamber having their own committee, I think there is value in that. I think eventually that will happen, because it's just going to necessitate that we're going to have to focus on those issues. So whether we do it now or we do it later, I think eventually it'll have to happen. I think there is value in the joint committee, and I love meeting with the senators because we don't often get to mix. So I think there is value in this joint committee. And if we decide that we just need to meet more often, then I'm good with that. If we think we should make a recommendation, whether it happens this year or it's something for them to contemplate in the future, then I'm good with that. So.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you. To staff, what is the limitation for this committee? Are we limited? I know we're probably limited on the off time, but during session, are we limited? Can the chairman just announce a meeting?
So by practice, you're limited, not by statute. By statute, you can meet on any time on the call of the chair. The practice has been to not meet during session or to ask for LCC approval. So that can be a process that you work out internally with leadership in terms of how frequently they'd like you to be meeting. But There's no vouchers, extra vouchers to be paid for during a session. So you certainly could meet. There's no restriction on statutory restriction. And this committee has statutory authority to introduce legislation. One thing I'll remind the chair of, we talked about earlier, in terms of something you may want to revise, statutorily, your report is due December 1st. In practice, that doesn't really ever happen. So that may be something to update to January 15th or something like that. But.
Well, okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Because I bring that up because we may want to look at this as practical. If we say we would like for them to have standing committees, the practicality is it's not going to happen this year. They're already deciding right now their committees. The chairman, Senate chairman, are already out. So we could put in there that we would like to see in the future standing committees, but that we would, and maybe we could change mine to maybe that we anticipate, or we'd like to anticipate us as a joint meeting twice a month, or on call of the chairman or during session, and then expand it. I think we have to expand it though, as far as the legislation, in order to do what? To be more of a, we don't have to expand it to meet, but in order to be more of a gatekeeper at the beginning, we have to change legislation. Is that right?
So there's a couple bills that have been introduced in the last few years, I think, touch on some of the things you're talking about. I mean, there was a bill introduced in the Senate, I believe, that would have required this committee to meet on a monthly basis. There was another bill that's been introduced that would give you some of that kind of earlier notice, like it would require agencies to provide information on IT projects to this committee prior to contracting. So then you'd be able to give them feedback. You can't tell them you can't do this, but you can say, these are our concerns, this is what we're worried about. And then they would, at that point, not be contractually bound, so they'd have the opportunity to actually change course conceivably. And so those things, if you wanted to mandate those, that would require statutory changes.
Okay, but us meeting once a month is not, during
I've been on the call the chair multiple times
the session.
during the session.
Okay.
It's difficult to find a time when everybody can meet unless you want to do it on a Friday.
Yeah, so I would say just in practicality, I think we need to, if we want to go forward with, which I think is a great idea with the standing committees, where we say that we encourage leadership to look at standing committees in the future, because it's not going to happen this year. And we have a tremendous number of issues that we do need to keep on top of this coming year. So maybe we just, whether we put it in the, well, that would be fine. Yeah, I don't care about it. Yeah. I just think that, I think we need to have anticipation that we meet as a joint committee more often during the session. However we want to put that in there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the state building committee meets regularly during session. I don't know why this committee couldn't do the same.
I think we can. We haven't done it before.
Yeah.
Senator Francisco.
Oh, no, I was just reminded that, yes, the Committee on State Building Construction meets sometimes 3 times a week to get through our business, so shouldn't be a problem, sorry.
Someone want to take a stab at a recommendation? We've been around and a couple of
What
hours.
do you have? I currently have, the recommendation is for both changes to consider jury issues. If you would like to use that for this committee, I think that's one.
Yeah, it's for that we need this joint committee meet, at least a couple of times. Yeah, there we go. At least once a month or on call chair during the session, and that and that leadership consider in the future, future sessions, having standing committees on IT or technology and security. Yeah.
Any objections to that recommendation? Moving forward, any further recommendations? The report. If not, I would entertain a non-debatable motion. Senator Francisco.
I move the committee adjourn.
Been moved and seconded, the committee adjourned. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, committee. Appreciate your work. Senator Braun, we appreciate your service on this committee. You will be missed.
Not really. There are rules somewhere with the